Now, yeah, now it's on.
Got it.
I feel very well. If I could have everyone's attention for a minute, please. We'd like to swear in our new members. We're going to start with Mr. Hollowell. Judge Tillett, if you would, Senator Sanderson, would you bring up, I know your wife's here and your guests are here. If you would come up and be sworn in. And we're going to do them one at a time.
Okay.
If that's all right, Judge, is that okay with you? You okay with what? Thank you.
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right, say I, pronounce your name,
Joseph Bertram Hallwell Jr.
and repeat after me. Do solemnly and sincerely
I do solemnly and sincerely
swear
swear
that I will
that I will
support
support
the Constitution and law
the Constitution and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
that I will
that I will
be faithful
be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of North Carolina
to the state of North Carolina
and to
and to
the constitutional powers
the
and authorities
constitutional powers and authorities
which are
which are
or may
or may be
be established
established
for the government thereof,
for the government thereof,
and that I will
and I will
endeavor
endeavor
to support,
to support,
maintain,
maintain,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of said state,
of said state,
not inconsistent
not inconsistent
with
with
the laws and Constitution
the laws and Constitution
of the United States,
of the United States,
to the best of
to the best of
my knowledge and ability,
my knowledge and ability,
and that I will
and that I will
faithfully discharge
faithfully discharge
the duties of
the duties of
my office
my office
as a member
as a member
of the North Carolina
of the North Carolina
Coastal Resources Commission.
Coastal Resource Commission.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Right there. Welcome to the commission. Thank you. Where'd the Bible go?
Sir, I will. Oh, go.
Sir,
One at a time.
one at a time, I think. Yes, sir.
I don't have one.
Can we borrow this?
If that's all right with everybody, swearing in one at a time. If you have the time, sir.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, say I,
I,
pronounce your name,
John Randolph McAdams,
and repeat after me. Do solemnly and sincerely
do solemnly and sincerely
swear
swear
that I will
that I will
support
support
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
that I will
that I will
be faithful
be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of North Carolina
to the state of North Carolina
and to
and to
the constitutional powers and authorities
the constitutional powers and authorities
which are
which are
or may be
or may be
established
established
for the government thereof,
for the government thereof,
that I will
that I will
endeavor
endeavor
to support, maintain, and defend
to support, maintain, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of said state,
of said state,
not inconsistent with
not inconsistent with
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
to the best of
to the best of
my knowledge and ability,
my knowledge and ability,
and that I will
and that I will
faithfully discharge
faithfully discharge
the duties of
the duties of
my office
my office
as a member of
as a member of
the North Carolina
the North Carolina
Coastal Resources Commission.
Coastal Resources Commission.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Mr. Chairman?
Do we have seats for everybody? Where is Mr. Hollowell seated?
Mr. Hollowell's in the audience right now.
Can you come up?
Will, please place your left hand on the Bible. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Say aye. Pronounce your name. And repeat after me. Do solemnly and sincerely swear
Do solemnly and sincerely swear
that I will
that I will
support the Constitution
support the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
that I will
that I will
be faithful
be faithful
and bear true allegiance to
and true allegiance to
the state of North Carolina
the state of North Carolina,
and to
and to
the constitutional powers and authorities
the constitutional powers and authorities
which are or may be
which are or may be
established
established
for the government thereof,
for the government thereof,
that I will
that I will
endeavor
endeavor
to support, maintain, and defend
to support, maintain, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws of
and laws of
said state,
North Carolina, the said state,
not inconsistent with
not inconsistent with
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States,
of the United States,
to the best of
to the best of
my knowledge and ability,
my knowledge and ability,
and that I will
and I will
faithfully discharge
faithfully discharge
the duties of
the duties of
my office
my office
as a member of
as a member of
the North Carolina
the North Carolina
Coastal Resources Commission.
Coastal Resources Commission.
So help me God.
Just one more. Oh, Mr. Chairman.
So that we sure do appreciate your time today.
Mr. Skinner, here she is.
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right, please. Say aye. And pronounce your name.
I, Catherine Day Skinner,
And repeat after me. Do solemnly and sincerely
do solemnly and sincerely
swear
swear
that I will
that I will
support
support
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
that I will
that I will
be faithful
be faithful
and bear true allegiance to
and bear true allegiance to
the state of North Carolina
the state of North Carolina
and to
and to
the constitutional powers and authorities
the constitutional powers and authorities
which are
which are
or may
or may
be established
be established
for the government thereof,
for the government thereof,
that I will
that I will
endeavor
endeavor
to support, maintain, and defend
to support, maintain, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
not inconsistent with
not inconsistent with
the Constitution and laws the laws of said state,
the laws of said state,
not inconsistent with
not inconsistent with
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States,
of the United States,
to the best of
to the best of
my knowledge and ability,
my knowledge and ability,
and that I will
that I will
faithfully discharge
faithfully discharge
the duties of
the the duties of
my office
my office
as a member of
as a member of
the North Carolina
the North Carolina
Coastal Resources Commission.
Coastal Resources Commission.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Ms. Skinner, can I get you to just sign?
Judge Tillett, we sure do appreciate your taking your time to do this today. Thank you so much.
Quite an honor.
We certainly do appreciate it. And to all our new members, welcome. We look forward to serving with you. We appreciate your time and service to the state of North Carolina. Thank you. We've got a few minutes before our meeting gets started.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. I just want to make sure you have time at the beginning or
Yeah, I
whatever to
will.
read it in.
That's what I tell everybody.
Angela's.
Can I pull this memory stick?
Okay. All right. As long as they have their own.
Either one?
Yeah, I'm done. No, I've already saved everything.
All right, you don't have the chip presentation, right? They just sent it to you.
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull it
Less
on this
papers?
real
Okay, yeah.
This paperwork's
quick.
for me.
Very confused.
I don't have my glasses on.
Let's see. Let's sloppy.
I know. No CRC. Eject.
There you go. No, no. So if you want to follow,
Everybody good? Everybody agree?
you have to advance it here.
Great.
Okay.
And if we have notes, is that okay to?
It's gonna turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting of the North Carolina Coastal Resources Commission will now come to order. First order of business is the State Government Ethics Act mandates at the beginning of any meeting, the chair shall remind all the members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire as to whether any member knows of any conflict of interest or potential conflict with matters to come before the commission. If any member knows of a potential conflict, please state so at the time of the roll call. Angela?
Renee Cahoon,
Present, no known conflicts.
Neil Andrew,
Present, no known conflicts.
you have an SCI?
Oh. Okay. You mean read
Just the
the,
highlighted portion.
okay. Our office has received a 2025 Statement of Economic Interest and a 2026 No Change Form from Mr. Neil Andrews, a member of the Coastal Resources Commission. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Andrew is the president of Andrew Consulting Engineers, PC, a company that provides structural, marine, forensic engineering and project management for Wilmington, North Carolina, the Southeast, for several state government agencies. He also owns limited liability companies that are real estate related, including Cape 4 Properties, LLC. In addition, Mr. Andrews serves on the board of masonboro.org, an entity created to protect the traditional use of Masonboro Island, the North Carolina Coastal Reserve Masonboro Island Local Advisory Committee, and the New Hanover County Port Waterway Beach Commission. Therefore, Mr. Andrew has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving any of these entities or interests come before the commission for official action.
Thank you. Larry Baldwin,
Present, no known conflict. I have to read the same.
yes, sir.
Okay, great. Our office has received a 2025 Statement of Economic Interest and a 2026 No Change from Mr. Lawrence Baldwin as a member of the Coastal Resources Commission. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Baldwin fills the role of a coastal land development representative on the commission. He is a proprietor in Land and Soils Consultants, a director with Land Management Properties, LLC, director for Consulting Soil Scientist of the Carolinas. Mr. Baldwin and his spouse also own real estate in Carteret County. And Mr. Baldwin has a partial interest in real estate in Brunswick and New Hanover counties. Therefore, Mr. Baldwin has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties. Issues involving Land and Soils Consultants, Land Management Properties, Consulting Soil Scientists of the Carolinas, and his real estate interest come before the commission for official action.
D.R. Bryan,
Present, no known conflict. Our office has received a 2026 Statement of Economic Interest from Mr. Donald Bryan as a member of the Coastal Resources Commission. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Bryan would fill the role of a coastal property owner or a member experienced in land development. He is the president of Bryan Properties, Inc., a real estate management and development company. He and his spouse own financial interest in various real estate LLCs, including Maggie Way, Lumina Theater, Red Wing Land, Red Wing Joco, MVC, Skybrook Oaks, and SSBNC. He serves on the board of directors for the Nature Conservancy, North Carolina. Therefore, Mr. Bryan has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving real estate or any other entity in which he or his spouse own a financial interest come before the commission for official action.
Thank you. Jordan Hennessy.
Present, no known conflict, and got the same. Our office has received a 2026 Statement of Economic Interests, SEI, from Mr. James Hennessy as a member of the Coastal Resources Commission. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found a potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict of interest identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Hennessy is president and CEO of EJE Dredging Service, LLC, and he owns real estate in Dare County. In addition, he owns interests in non-publicly owned properties, MTS Capital Holdings, Roanoke Island Properties, Albemarle Properties, and Pamlico Management Group, LLCs, which owns security or equity interests in Coastal Affordable Housing, LLC. Therefore, Mr. Hennessy has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving EJE Dredging Service, LLC, or any real estate or other entity in which he may own a financial interest come before the commission for official action.
Thank you. Bonner Herring.
Present, no known conflict. My evaluation of Statement of Economic Interest. Our office is in receipt of Mr. Bonner Herring's 2026 Statement of Economic Interest as an appointee to the Coastal Resources Commission. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. Potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Herring is a broker with Live Oak Real Estate, Inc., marketing and selling real estate in conjunction with Destination Realty Corporation. He and his spouse own real estate in Brunswick County. Therefore, Mr. Herring has the potential for conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving Live Oak Real Estate, Destination Realty Corporation, or his real estate come before the commission for official action.
Thank you. Joe Hollowell.
Madam President, was not made aware of any kind of dissertation that I would be required to make at the beginning of the meeting today. I noticed Bennett came up with his ethics letter. I must say I have mine, and it'll be afforded to the proper person. Madam Chairman, I have been attending your meetings for several years, and I look forward to participating with the group in the conduction of the business. I would work, I can tell it's going to be a job for me, and I will be going again to make sure that I get my ears checked real good between now and the October meeting. So be patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hollowell. The attorney does have a copy of your the attorney does have a copy of your SEI that she will
The
highlight.
ethics thing?
She has a highlight, she has a highlight
He has a
portion.
copy.
But it's not highlighted.
She's highlighting the copy.
I mean, here's what I got.
She's going to highlight what you need to read.
You don't need to read
Open it right now.
you don't need to read the whole thing, just she's getting
Okay,
ready
you
to
want
give
me
you.
to, okay, let's see what she's got.
She's highlighting.
Hang on just a minute, Mr. Hollowell.
I mean, I can read that paragraph. Is that what she's coming? Okay.
I'm trying to see.
It's just a paragraph.
I'm trying to see find the conflict paragraph.
Should be down near the bottom.
I know. That's what I'm saying. The SEC the SEI I have doesn't have that last paragraph they're all reading. It just has the beginning part. So I'll have him read that in for right now. Can I see your copy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and let me just make sure they gave you this one.
Our office is in receipt of Mr. Joseph Hollowell's 2026 Statement of Economic Interest as an appointee to the Coastal Resource Commission, parenthesis, the commission. We have reviewed it for actual and potential conflicts of the North Carolina General Statute, also known as the State Government Ethics Act. We did not find any actual conflict of interest or the likelihood of a conflict of interest.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Judge.
Steve King.
Steve Shuttleworth, present, no known conflicts. Wrong, Steve.
Noted.
Got me
Okay.
confused. We're both here. That's yours.
Oh.
Commissioner King, any conflicts?
Present and known, no known conflicts at all.
And any SEI for you today?
Yes. I received a letter too from, Jane Steffens of the SEI to Speaker Hall saying, our office has received a 26 statement of economic interest from Mr. Stephen B. King Sr. As a member of the Coastal Resource Commission, we did not find any actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit services on this entity. Mr. King is a company official member of King Capital, a real estate investment limited liability company. He owns real estate in Dare County, a coastal county, which could be impacted by decisions made by the commission. As such, he has potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving any entity in which he or his spouse own a financial interest come before the Coastal Resources Commission for official action.
Thank you. John McAdams.
Present. And I also have one of these ethics statements. Our office has received from Mr. John McAdams a 2026 Statement of Economic Interest as a prospective appointee to the Coastal Resources Commission. We have reviewed it for actual and potential conflicts of interest pursuant to Chapter 138A of the North Carolina General Statutes. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. McAdams would fill the role of a member on the commission who has experience in engineering in the coastal area or a marine-related science. He's the founder and chairman of an engineering firm who is now retired. He derives business income from Gibraltar Properties, LLC, a real estate company, and he and his spouse own real estate in New Hanover County. As such, Mr. McAdams has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should the business of Gibraltar Properties, LLC, or his real estate interests come before the commission for official action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lauren Solder.
Present, no conflicts. Our office has received a 2025 Statement of Economic Interest and a 2026 No Change form from Ms. Lauren Salter as a member of the Coastal Resources Commission. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Ms. Salter fills the role of a commercial fishing representative on the commission. She and her spouse own real estate in Carteret County. Therefore, Ms. Salter has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of her public duties should issues involving their real estate come before the commission for official action.
Thank you. Catherine Skinner.
Present. Our office has received Ms. Catherine Skinner's 2026 Statement of Economic Interest as a prospective appointee to the Coastal Resources Commission. We did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found potential for a conflict of interest. Potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Ms. Skinner will fill the role as a member of the commission who is actively connected with or has experience in coastal forestry. She is the former executive director and lobbyist for the Nature Conservancy North Carolina, a conservation nonprofit. As such, Ms. Skinner has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of her public duties should the business of the Nature Conservancy come before the commission for official action.
Thank you. Robbie Yates.
Present and apparently selling the fine quality automobiles in Eastern North Carolina does not present a threat to coastal management. Therefore, there are no conflicts.
That's 13, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
He's the only one that-
Thank you all. Once again, I'd like to welcome our new members of the commission. We appreciate your agreeing to serve, and we look forward to your service, your input. Anything that staff or I can do to help you in any way, please don't hesitate to let us know. You'll see that we travel all over the state for our meetings, for the coastal part of the state, or the 20 coastal counties, but we do welcome you all, each and every one of you, to the commission. We also would like to thank our outgoing members, Bob Emery, Sheila Holman, Earl Smith, and Robert High. They did a great job for the commission, and unless somebody has objections, I'm going to write each of them a thank you letter on behalf of the commission for their service to the state. Thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary, welcome. I'd like to welcome Kathy Dello, Deputy Secretary of the Department, to our meeting today. We appreciate your attending. I know the Secretary had a conflict, so he won't be here, but we do appreciate your showing up to our meetings, and if you have anything you'd like to say, we'd welcome you to make any remarks. You feel free to have the floor. If not, thank you so much, but we do appreciate your coming to our meetings. It means a lot to know that the department is paying attention to what we're doing. Next up on the agenda would be the approval of the June 18th, 2026 meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion for the minutes.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Salter, seconded by Mr. Andrew. Any further discussion on the minutes? If not, all in favor? All opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you. Bobby, I believe the floor is now yours for the CRAC report. Interesting meeting you had this morning.
Thank you. Welcome to Dare County. We're glad when you all come up here, and is there anything we can do to make your 2 days better? Let me know. We're glad to help you out and enjoy your time here. So thanks for coming. Two things on our agenda this morning at the CRAC meeting. One is we had an update from Spencer with regard to the science panel and oceanfront erosion and structures. And it was more of a learning tool for us so that we could sort of have the background going forward. The hardened structure rules are in play politically, and I'm sure that we'll hear some more about those things. And so the idea was to get the CRAC up to speed on how all this stuff works so that we can speak intelligently to those things whenever they come up in the future and help you all make decisions. So that was good. Spencer did a great job, and it was interesting, and thank him for that work. The second thing that we talked about was on your agenda tomorrow, you have a rule. It's the septic tank amendment rule. It's CRC 26-75 in your agenda packet. In that, that rule came from a number of discussions that were had from stakeholders about septic tanks that were on the beaches and that were continually failing, and in Buxton and Rodanthe, and allowing the contents to spill out onto the beach and into the ocean. And the idea among the stakeholders was, let's find a way to move those things off the beach. And so staff taking that direction, and I'm sure when you get there, Tankard will give you a little more detail in the background than I'm giving you right now, but they adopted rules to try to solve that problem. And I think among the stakeholders and among most, there was consensus that it was a problem, and there was consensus that it needed to be resolved. And I think we talked to you all about that before the rules were adopted. When the rules came out, we looked at them, and my staff over in the health department looked at them, and the concern arose is that from the way the rule is drafted, it can be interpreted to be broader than what we thought was intended at the time that we were having those discussions. The idea was that you had homes that were in the surf, if you will, in Buxton and in Rodanthe, and those homes had septic tanks nearby, and they were continually overtopping and continually draining onto the beach and into the ocean. And we needed to find a way to get those septic tanks off of the beach for the health reasons that are obvious there. And so the rules, again, were adopted. However, when you look at the rules in trying to look at how they measure and what they can do, the impact may go further than the beach. It may go back one or two or even three houses back from the beach. And that was never the goal of the stakeholders, and it wasn't the goal that we had discussed at the CRAC earlier. Again, the problem with that is two. One is it would create a row of ghost houses if somebody's septic tank failed. And we didn't want rows of ghost houses sitting on the beach unoccupied. And secondly, it didn't take into account, for example, in Buxton, the beach nourishment project that we just did. Down there, we've got a dune that is fairly close to 20 or 30 feet from some of those houses. And then there's several hundred feet of beach that goes out from there. Under these rules, the potential is if something happened with those houses that have 200 or 300 feet of beach in front of them, they would not be able to either replace or repair their septic tanks. And again, that wasn't the goal either, because those structures aren't threatened currently. So at the CRAC, we had discussions about that, and the consensus was to ask you all, or to recommend to you all, that you send the rule back to staff and have staff take a look at how can we draft it more narrowly than it is to sort of meet the goal and to get those septic tanks that are on threatened structures that are right on the beach off the beach without impacting rows that go back from the beach and the property rights that go with those. And so on behalf of the CRAC, I would make that recommendation to you all to consider when you all have your discussion tomorrow about that rule. Any questions about that?
Any questions? Jordan?
You said a rule was adopted. Which ones were you referring to that was adopted?
It wasn't adopted. No, it's before you for consideration.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No rules have been adopted.
No rules have been adopted yet.
We'll be discussing those tomorrow for either action or inaction. Larry?
Bobby, I appreciate your in the cracks information on this. I think it is vital. The other information I've seen is the definition. I think they're calling it maintenance is what they're calling it on these waste treatment systems. And the big thing is that we don't exceed our regulatory authority of defining what is maintenance. That's with the Department of Health, Human Resources, and that the information I was getting from a party was that our two definitions are not matching up. And I don't think CAMA and the CRC wants to get into the septic tank business of defining what is and what is not maintenance. It's basically the location of the system in conjunction with oceanfront homes. But the definition of maintenance needs to be pretty much the same, so that we don't cross regulatory boundaries on that. That was the big information I was getting.
And Tancred spoke a little bit to that to us this morning. We didn't get into the mechanism by which we would narrow the focus of the proposed rule. There's a lot of ways to get at that, and I don't know what the best one is, but what we would like staff to do is look at that rule to narrow it to the problem that we were trying to solve.
Okay. Bobby, before you leave, nobody else has any questions. Thank you on behalf of the commission and staff for the use of your facilities for today and tomorrow. Y'all are very accommodating to us whenever we meet up here, and we certainly do appreciate it. The hospitality is wonderful.
Well, we're always glad to have you, so thanks for coming.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
that's all I have.
Tancred?
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Dare County, I'd also extend that thank you. And staff's always happy to come up here at Dare County and meet in this facility. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Good afternoon to guests here and guests online. Assistant Secretary Dillo, also, as always, great to see you. A warm welcome to our 4 new commissioners, Commissioners Herring, Hollowell, McAdams, and Skinner. Thank you to Dare County and to Judge Tillett for swearing them in. We appreciate your willingness to serve the state of North Carolina in this capacity, and we look forward to working with you. We're here to support all the commissioners. I'd also like to extend my word of gratitude to outgoing commissioners, Bob Emery, Robert High, Sheila Holman, and Earl Smith. These four individuals share a combined 49 years of service on the Coastal Resources Commission. That's simply remarkable. So to the new commissioners, no pressure. In a word of sad news, former UNCW Chancellor and Coastal Resources Commission member Dr. Jim Lutzy passed away in July. Dr. Lutzy lived a life of service, and we are grateful for his enduring contributions to the coast. A quick word on the Atlantic hurricane season. We're near the traditional peak of the season. Thankfully, have nothing to report. There were 3 named storms as the time I wrote this. None of them posed any risk to our coast, but we have a ways to go yet. On the regulatory front, I'll start with a regional update. Those of you who were here at the April-May 2025 Commission meeting will recall a site visit to see the conditions at Buxton and Rodanthe and see the state of the pre-Cama groins. You may also recall from my report this past February that DCM had authorized the repair of the southernmost groin to occur in conjunction with the beach nourishment project that was planned. In a testament to the strong collaboration among Dare County, their engineers, the National Park Service, Corps of Engineers, DCM DEQ, and of course, strong public interest, the nourishment project is well underway, and the mobilization for the groin repair is proceeding. You may have seen some flatbed trucks coming down the highway with some huge boulders as you came through town earlier today. Buxton looks very different today than it looked 16 months ago when we were there on site, and we hope that these investments provide long-term benefits. Moving on, DCM staff from Wilmington and Morehead City participated with Corps of Engineers Wilmington District in a joint training session on June 2nd. Staff from the Corps discussed Section 10 and Section 404 issues and demonstrated how the Corps delineates Section 404 wetlands. DCM staff discussed CAMA regulatory program and demonstrated how we delineate coastal wetlands and normal high water lines. Staff also discussed how both agencies can speak with clients about 404 and CAMA permitting procedures to provide the best public service. Of special note here, and in the interest of transparency, I would like to acknowledge for all of you that Commissioner Hennessy has requested and recommended that DCM and the Corps enter into a memorandum of understanding concerning the umbrella permitting process. We've reached out to the Corps. They are receptive to that idea, and so we'll begin that process. Commissioner Hennessy, you've asked to be included in those in that process as it moves forward, and we're happy to do that along with any other commissioners that the chair might want to be involved. Next, DCM held a 2-day training workshop in May for local permit officers in the southern and central districts. That included field trips to Hammocks Beach State Park and the town of Emerald Isle. Guest speakers included the Division of Water Resources and Spencer Rogers speaking on Barry Island and dune systems. The LPO workshop for the northern and northeastern districts is scheduled for October 14th and 15th here at the Dare County Complex. For the second half of fiscal year 2025-2026, which is January to June of this year, DCM issued 84 major permits and had 1 major permit denial. The average processing time, excluding processing holds requested by the applicants, was 65 days. This continues the trend in faster processing times, down from 68 days in 2025, 93 days in 2024, and 107 days in 2023 and 2022. Over this period, staff also processed 69 renewals, transfers, and modifications, and issued 1,059 general permits. A few permits of interest was one to Hammocks Beach State Park to dredge Cow Channel. This is the access channel between the park's mainland section and the ferry terminal at Bear Island. Beach-compatible material will be placed on the ocean front at Bear Island near the beach access site. We issued a permit to the Division of Marine Fisheries for enhancement of Artificial Reef 360 off Topsail Inlet in Pender County. DMF will be placing 50 reef balls at the reef site to provide additional fish habitat. We also gave modifications to New Hanover County for the realignment and maintenance of Mason Inlet and to Figure 8 Island for the dredging of Nixon Channel. Both projects will be placing beach-compatible material along stretches of Figure 8 Island. Madam Chair, staff, we are well aware of the public and stakeholder concerns concerning the draft septic system rules that are included in your meeting materials. We are prepared to discuss our thought process tomorrow, how we got to that point, when we are very receptive to additional direction from the commission on those rules. You should have seen comments in your email from the Home Builders Association and the North Carolina Septic Tank Association. If you haven't seen those, please let me know. We'll make sure you get a copy of those comments. We have no update to share with you today on the proposed Wilmington Harbor Channel widening and deepening project, other than the Corps of Engineers released their final environmental impact statement in July. The ball is in their court. We stand ready to re-engage with them and the ports when that time comes. In planning and resiliency, since your last meeting, we certified land use plan amendments for the city of Havelock and the town of Charlotte. I'll also note that this year is the 45th anniversary of the Public Beach and Waterfront Access Program, which is something that the state's very proud of and staff's very proud of. Over this 45 years, we've given out about 500 grants totaling about $45 million, contributing to 420 sites up and down the coast that have received some funding through the program. That's more than 50% of the access sites in the state of North Carolina. It's a very successful program, and we're happy to keep running that. The Resilient Coastal Communities Program, the RCCP, continues to advance communities from resilience planning towards project implementation. The 24 communities funded for 2025 in phases 1 and 2 are beginning to wrap up their planning work. Each of those communities has received a risk and vulnerability assessment and is now identifying and prioritizing projects to reduce the hazardous vulnerability. RCCP staff are preparing for a September 24th workshop in New Bern, which will convene coastal communities, partners, DCM and DEQ to share program accomplishments, highlight successful resilience projects, and provide communities with tools and resources to advance projects towards implementation. We're looking forward to this event. If any of you would like to be there, believe we've sent out invitations. Those should have been in your emails. If you haven't seen them, please let me know. We can make sure you get those details. We are planning to release a request for applications for phase 3, this is the engineering and design, and phase 4, which is construction and implementation, next month, with approximately $2.5 million available for local government grants. And there's no local match required for these grants, as you know. This funding will help communities advance priority projects identified through RCCP planning into the design and construction phase with an emphasis on nature-based and flood resilience solutions. The application period for the Boating Infrastructure Grant Program remains open through the end of this week. Interested parties can find more information about that grant opportunity on our website. On the legislative front, the 2026 budget included a number of items with relevance to DCM and the Commission. Number one, DCM was allocated $373,884 to update the beach and inlet management plan. We are finalizing a request for proposals to invite qualified firms to apply to do this work. It's a very short timeline. The final update is due back to the General Assembly by July 1 of next year. Second, we've received funding to convert our 2 RCCP resilience specialist positions from time limited to permanent, providing greater long-term capacity and stability for the program. Third, DCM is receiving $200,000 in new appropriations annually for stewardship and maintenance of our coastal reserve sites, those 10 sites up and down the coast. Prior to this, we had to find other ad hoc sources of funding for site management and maintenance. Lastly, on the legislative front, I reported to you in July through an email that a provision in the budget transfers Chapter 7.0, Subchapter 7.0 rules, these are the coastal reserve rules, and some oversight from DEQ to the CRC. I need to correct the record on that because while the budget does give the CRC new authority for rulemaking and oversight of the reserves, it did not remove DEQ's authority for rulemaking and oversight. Our interpretation, therefore, is that joint rulemaking and oversight authority exists now for the CRC and the DEQ. The bill also clarifies the roles and rights of the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources for reserve sites that are also dedicated nature preserves. So these reserve rules, again, Subchapter 7.0, are currently in the periodic review and readoption process. We are awaiting a schedule for readoption from the Rules Review Commission. We hope to have that schedule from them in time to present a proposed timeline for you for joint rulemaking at your October meeting, along with a possible framework for discussion for joint oversight. Continuing with the Coastal Reserve, we are celebrating National Estuaries Week on September 19th and 27th by hosting activities in tribute to North Carolina's estuaries. Volunteers will conduct site maintenance work at the Rachel Carson Reserve, and staff will host a booth at the Beaufort Farmers Market on September 26th. The official public launch of the Zeke's Island paddle trail will also occur on September 26th with a guided paddle trail. Those of you that enjoy paddling, please stay tuned to the Reserve social media accounts if you'd like to sign up for that paddle. The Reserve is partnering with the North Carolina Coastal Federation on abandoned and derelict vessels, ADV, and resilient docks workshops. And these are for local governments, August 28th in Wilmington and September 15th in Washington. These events will provide resources for implementing an inspection program for residential docks and piers and developing and implementing local programs or ordinances for abandoned and derelict vessels. We have 2 workshops scheduled for real estate professionals: low impact development for water quality protection on September 2nd. That'll be in person at the Cape Fear Realtor's office in Wilmington, and promoting living shorelines for erosion control, which is a virtual workshop on October 8th. There will be continuing education credits for both of those for participants. The Reserve continues to partner with North Carolina Sea Grant to award the annual Coastal Research Fellowship. This provides funding to a graduate student to conduct work on relevant management topics at Reserve sites. This year's fellow, Matt Buse, is a graduate student at UNCW. His project will explore the connection between water quality and larval fish communities using a novel sampling method and the Reserve's continuous water quality monitoring data. In staff news, Shane Chrissy is the newest field representative in the Washington District Office. Shane, there he is. Shane was previously with the Division of Marine Fisheries. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Fisheries and Wildlife Management from NC State University. He will oversee Eastern Beaufort County and Hyde County, including Ocracoke Island. Evan Tyler joined DCM on August 17th as a field rep in the Wilmington office. Evan comes to us from the Department of Environmental Sciences, Bureau of Coastal Management in South Carolina. He holds a bachelor's from the University of South Carolina, maybe our first Gamecock. Evan will be a field rep for the northern New Hanover County and southern Pender County once he's trained. Andres Baena joined the division in July as a field rep in the Wilmington office. He, once he's trained, will be covering southern New Hanover County. He comes to us from NC Demler and was previously a CAMA local permit officer for New Hanover County. Courtney Millaren was promoted in May of this year to be our LPO coordinator, overseeing LPOs for the entire coast. DCM lost our beach and inlet management coordinator, Heather Coates, in May to another position within DEQ. Phil DeAngelis moved into the position in July. Phil is an internal hire who was previously a field rep in the Wilmington office. He holds a master's in geoscience from UNCW and his geologist in training certification from the National Association of State Boards of Geology. Madison Lytle joined the Reserve in June as the Beaufort office's research specialist, fresh off earning her PhD from UNCW, studying seagrass communities. Madison is working on assessing habitat change across Reserve sites, monitoring restoration projects, and supporting the Reserve's geospatial and remote sensing projects. Sophie Johnson joined the Reserve this month as the Reserve's Northern Sites Manager. She'll be here tomorrow. She holds a bachelor's in environmental sciences from NC State and has worked at Jockey's Ridge State Park, Cape Hatteras National Seashore, and the Coastal Studies Institute. Sophie is an Outer Banks native who now manages Currituck Banks, Kitty Hawk Woods, and the Buxton Woods Reserve sites here on the Outer Banks. The Reserve also had a group of interns working this summer in Beaufort and Wilmington on a variety of stewardship, education, and research projects. Thanks again to the Friends of the Reserve, the North Carolina Internship Program, and the UNCW for their support and partnership on these internships. Madam Chair, that concludes the staff's report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tancred. Does anyone have any questions for Tancred, Jordan?
Thank you. Appreciate you outlining how many permits that were issued and given that summary. I think that helps us from meeting to meeting to understand really all the work that y'all are doing too. So, and understand the timelines that it's taking to process permits. I think it's on the agenda to talk about the federal consistency. Is that right? Is that part of?
That's correct, this afternoon.
Okay. I'll save comments I have on that process to then. So, yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for Tancred? Tancred, thank you. Always a very thorough report, very informative, and we appreciate it. Now it's the time for public comment. Anyone wishing to, Angela, has anybody signed up? Okay. Donna, I knew you'd be on that list. Come forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Good
Chair
afternoon.
Cahoon, rest of the Coastal Resources Commission. My name is Donna Creef, and I serve as the Government Affairs Director for the Outer Banks Association of Realtors. We appreciate the opportunity to be included in the stakeholder meeting that was held earlier this year and hope the Division of Coastal Management will continue to include OBAR in your future stakeholder discussions on the septic tank rule revisions. OBAR recognizes the need to revise these CAMA regulations to address oceanfront structures and their associated wastewater systems that are severely affected by erosion and coastal storms. At the March 30th, 2026 stakeholder meeting, participants discussed and appeared to agree on the need to narrow the scope and applicability of the revised CAMA septic rules. However, the rules drafted for consideration by the CRC on August the 26th meeting do not appear to narrowly be tailored to oceanfront septic systems for homes that are determined to be eminently threatened or decertified by the local government for occupancy. There are several instances of confusing language that should be clarified. Number one, 070H0306 parent A parent 3 is amended to specifically allow septic tanks, pump tanks, or components of a ground absorption system to be treated as separate structures subject to the ocean hazard setbacks. While CAMA officials and industry professionals may understand that these standards apply to new development and new construction, those unfamiliar with CAMA regulations may not understand that distinction. To avoid confusion, the rule should include language clarifying that these apply to new septic tanks or septic systems associated with new construction and not other rules that may apply to replacement or relocation. Number two, the language found under section 0306 parent A 49DF requires a permit for the repair or replacement of any septic tank or its components. The language states that maintenance does not include the replacement, alteration, relocation, or repair of any damaged component of a wastewater system. If a septic repair is determined to not be maintenance under DF, thus triggering a CAMA permit, then what standards will be applied to the repair permit application? Subsection F2 states septic tanks and their components shall not be relocated or replaced waterward of the vegetation line, measurement line, or pre-project line. The draft language does not include repair standards, only replacement and relocation standards. This leads to the conclusion that any repair determined not to be maintenance will be considered a replacement or a relocation by the CAMA officials, perhaps in conflict with local officials, with approvals from local environmental health officials, and perhaps in conflict with North Carolina General Statutes 113A-103 that specifically exempts repairs necessary for structures to repair damage caused by the elements. Number three, parent DF2 of section 0306 should be revised to apply only to replacement or relocation resulting from storm damage or erosion. The intent of the rule amendment dating back to 2022 was to address oceanfront septic systems associated with eminently threatened structures and/or structures decertified by occupancy by local governments. This clarification is necessary to ensure that property owners who replace or relocate septic systems for reasons unrelated to storm or erosion damage are not adversely affected. The proposed revisions may result in structures certified for occupancy to be negatively impacted if the septic system is being repaired or replaced for reasons other than storm or erosion damage. The scope of the applicability of this change should be acknowledged as part of the rulemaking process with visual depictions of how the rule will be applied so all parties involved understand the consequences of these amendments. In closing, I urge the Commission to consider these potential amendments very carefully. We recognize the need to address damaged oceanfront septic systems associated with ocean-threatened structures and the effect these systems have on public health and safety. However, the possibility that many homes could become derelict structures is a serious concern. Whether these homes are investment properties or family properties held for generations, they represent significant financial investments for their owners and play a key role in Dare County's economy. They generate substantial occupancy tax and other tax revenues for Dare County while supporting jobs for property managers, subcontractors, pool contractors, maintenance workers, and other community members. Although these owners may not reside in Dare County, their property rights should be considered carefully and weighed by the Commission in its deliberations. These property rights should not be dismissed as trivial or insignificant. I do have a copy of my written statement for the staff here that I will share with it, and we look forward to the continued conversations.
Thank you, Donna. Anyone else wish to speak during public comment? Please come forward and state your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Barley from 48236 Barley Lane down in Buxton, North Carolina. Appreciate you guys this afternoon allowing us to come up and present comments. My comments are in regards to the ongoing discussion surrounding hardened structures and the current ban, the ideas of repeal of those for and against. Just wanted to share kind of some thoughts. I represent the Buxton Civic Association down there. We thank you for working with, both the county and all those involved and kind of helping us get to where we're at with the current groin repair. I think it's pretty good to look back at the history of all of that. And I'm not going to go into that now. I know you guys have done that plenty over the years, last 2 years, but I believe that Buxton's kind of a little bit of a poster child as far as what installing hardened structures can do for, shoring up the shoreline, both north and, what happens to the south of it. And then the detrimental effects of, basically removing that structure as the groin has fallen apart. I think North Carolina as a whole, like the goal should be to, kind of untie our hands. In terms of hardened structures, there's a lot of concern as far as seawalls. And I have those same concerns as somebody who is, kind of against the hardened structures ban. I'm also 1,000% against seawalls because seawalls on, our beaches and whatnot. If you want to never have a beach again, you can put a seawall there. But I think the thing that's contradictory is that we have allowed sandbags, and sandbags are ultimately the same thing. They're just a soft seawall. You see it in all the places that DOT puts the sandbags in front of Highway 12. There's subsequently no beach there ever again. You see it in Ocracoke, you see it in Pea Island. And now we've seen the effects of removing those sandbags at the former S-turns area. If you go to the beach there, the beach has actually been growing out. There's a shoreline data via satellites and whatnot that shows a growth in the beach in front of S-turns in the last 3 years, almost 4 years since they were removed. So I think that taking a more kind of progressive approach to what that ban has been and untying North Carolina's hands so that, the counties and the towns and villages can do what's necessary to take care of their infrastructure is important. We're the only state in the country with that ban. And at the same time, I don't think it's fair to compare us to the rest of the states in the country. North Carolina is different geographically, the way that our currents move, the way that our sand moves. You cannot compare us to the Northeast, nor can you compare us to the Southeast. Our beaches are shaped different, the sand flow is different. And so as much as, people want to say, oh, well, they didn't work here and have tons of examples of areas where, maybe they built the jetties or in groins too big and it robs sand from moving through the system, or maybe they're too small. There's tons of negatives, but I do believe that there are ways to, implement things that help the coast. One of those things is just that even within the hardened structures law, that you can't, do nearshore reefs in a way that would help dampen swell energy to protect the coast, so that it could naturally protect itself and the sand could move. I think that's probably one of the more beneficial ways that the state could apply that rule apply like hardened structures on the coast in a way that like you don't physically see them, but they do have positive benefits in dampening the swell energy, which is what beach nourishment does in the first place. The point is you have a wide beach for a little bit, but the whole point is to build up the sandbars so that they dampen the swell energy as it hits the coast. And, sand moves. So putting things out, within a quarter mile to a half mile or a mile of the coast, there's places on the island that have been accreting for, 30 to 40 years. Salvo down in Cape Hatteras, the north end of Avon, also between ORV Ramp 49 and Cape Point, there's areas that have been growing since, as far as the satellite data that I can look up, since 1985. And it's just kind of an example of like the way our sand flows. It's not all leaving. It's not, the island has definitely gotten smaller down in Cape Hatteras, but it's not all going away. And I think that applies to a lot of the places up and down the coast. You see it in Ocracoke as well. South Point is growing, even though the north end is shrinking. And so I think being able to just allow the counties ways to protect what they need to would be important. But again, not just completely opening up the can of worms, because there are hardened structures and there's ways to do it that are harmful. Kill Devil Hills and Nags Head up here in town are, side-by-side towns. If Kill Devil Hills decided to put in groins, that would be very detrimental to Nags Head without some sort of cooperation. So I do believe that there has to be a lot of effort put in as far as making sure that it's done responsibly. I think that in terms of, the North Carolina coast, and I can look back and think that, we've been behind the 8 ball as far as protecting our coast compared to other states. But I think it's kind of in hindsight and looking forward to the next 50 or 100 years, it's given us a chance to watch what's been effective and what hasn't in other places. And so for me, I think that it would be good for the state to have come into a place where it's like, okay, well, now we could be the leader in how we look forward and what's responsible and also natural. There's ways to allow the sand to go through the system and also have it shore up in certain areas and protect it. But, we also don't want to necessarily look like other places that have groins every couple blocks. That's not what this place is about. But yeah, so hopefully we can stop looking to the past and be able to look to the future and be like, hey, look, we're going to be the ones that kind of set the record straight on what can be done responsibly and benefit the towns and our economy and the people that live here. So anyway, that was about it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else for public comment? Not, public comment is now closed. Next up would be the variance, McMurray, Oak Island Addition, oceanfront setback. Hello, Christy.
Hey there. Good afternoon. I'm DEQ Assistant General Counsel Christy Goebel. I'm going to be representing DCM staff in this variance. The variance is filed by Scott and Nancy McMurray, the petitioners, and they're here. But first, we're going to bring up Courtney Milliron. She is the DCM minor permit manager and a former Oak Island LPO also. She's going to run you through the PowerPoint, and then I will be back.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As Christy said, my name is Courtney Milliron. I'm the new LPO minor permit coordinator for the division, and I'll be assisting with the variance today. This is the project area of the variance request. It's located on the western end of Oak Island, adjacent to the Atlantic Ocean, with Holden Beach and Lockwood Folly Inlet to the west. This is a closer image from Brunswick County GIS of the property with the Atlantic Ocean to the south and then West Beach Drive to the north. This is a photo of the property looking from the north end of the property with West Beach Drive to the north and the beach on the other side of the building. This is an eastern shot of the house looking for the variance, taken from West Beach Drive on the street side. And this is a photo of the western side of the property taken from the beach side. And then a photo of the south side of the house, also from the beachfront area. This is the proposed site plan application that was submitted with the CAMA minor application to the local municipality, showcasing the existing single-family residence along with the proposed addition on the street front side. And then this is a side view rendering that was also submitted of the addition with the CAMA minor application. And this is the variance criteria, and I will hand it back to Christy.
All right, so this variance from the McMurrays is at 6607 West Beach Drive. The site was originally platted as a 50 by 150 lot. Petitioner Scott McMurray originally purchased the site in 1999, and we've also included the more recent 2021 deed when they transferred it in to their trust. They are the trustees and representing themselves here. It's an existing two-story piling supported 1488 square foot, 3-bed, 2-bath home. The house was built in 2000. Mr. McMurray purchased the lot in 99. The house was on septic until 2009 when the town installed a sewer system and the house was switched over at that time. The site is located within the Ocean Erodible AEC. The applicable erosion rate at this site is 2 feet per year. The updated but not yet adopted rate would continue to be 2 feet a year, and also under the commission or the science panel's proposed but not yet adopted erosion rate update, the site would be within the new proposed inlet hazard area, but is currently not within an inlet hazard area. At the site, the applicable line is the static vegetation line or pre-project vegetation line. That represents the location of the vegetation line before the town's initial large-scale project in 1998. And for Oak Island, that was done with pre-storm photography to establish that line. The pre-project line can be shown on the survey, which Courtney just showed you, and also that's included in your materials at page 69. The pre-project vegetation line is located along the waterward side of the existing home's roof line. Also attached in your materials at pages 49 to 52 are images from the DCM map viewer tool. It shows the various locations of historic vegetation lines on the site and also shorelines. The most landward vegetation lines on the site appear to be in the 1987 to 90 range of time. In July of 2023, this commission approved the Town of Oak Island's beach management plan. And so that allows the use of the actual vegetation line versus the pre-project line for some permitting. The approximate location of the vegetation line on the site is shown on that 2025 survey, which is included in your materials at page 69. As the vegetation line is waterward of the pre-project line and the town has an approved beach management plan, the applicable 60-foot setback for the structure proposed under 5,000 square feet is measured from the vegetation line, and that 60-foot setback from the veg line falls approximately 3/4 of the way through the existing house. In this case, however, your commission rules at 7H0306A6 controls, where it describes additions to structures which don't meet that 60-foot setback from the veg line. More on that in a second. This is in a VE13 flood zone. At this site, this western portion of Oak Island has received nourishment 5 times in the initial 2001 project, in a 2015 project, 2019 project, 2021, 22 project, and then the most recent 25-26 project. The past CAMA permits for this site include a written sand fence exemption in 2019, a beach bulldozing permit issued in 2022, and a sandbag permit issued in early '24 based on an accelerated erosion call by the director. On or about September 15th of last year, petitioners through their agent applied for a Kama minor development permit with the Oak Island LPO. Petitioners seek to add a 536 square foot footprint, 944 square foot addition with a total of 1072, including roof covered porches. The northeast corner of the two-story house would be expanded landward 12 feet, and the northwest corner of the house would be expanded 20 feet landward. The petitioner's existing structure does not meet the 60-foot setback where that line bisects the house. The rule I mentioned, which was the reason for denial, is 7H0306A6, which states structural additions or increases in the floor print or total floor area of a building or structure represent expansions to the total floor area and shall meet the setback requirements established in this rule and your rules at 7H0309. New development landward of the applicable setback may be cosmetically but not structurally attached to an existing structure that does not conform with current setback requirements, and that's the situation here. As I said, their addition consists of approximately 536 square foot footprint to the existing home. It would increase the total floor area over 2 stories by 1,072 feet, including roof covered porches. Expanding landward 12 feet and 20 feet on either side of the structure on the back side, on the street side. And then there's a new roof covered decking and 3rd story, 348 square foot roof covered porch on top. This represents an increase of total floor area of approximately 59% from existing. On page 77 of the materials, the new house would have a master with an ensuite and walk-in closet. Instead of 3-bed, 2-bath, it would be 4-bed, also including a study, kitchen, living room, and laundry. At the time of petitioner's permit application, the petitioners sent notice to their 2 adjacent riparian owners. It made it to one of the owners, the Harbins, but not to Mr. Stewart, Pookie Properties LLC. The town did not receive objections at that time, although obviously one of the notices didn't get there. In June of this year, through a denial letter, the Oak Island Kama LPO denied the proposed addition as it was structurally connected to a non-conforming structure, contrary to your rules. Petitioners did not seek a local variance as they were seeking an addition to the existing structure. As part of the permit variance process, the adjacent riparian owners were sent notice that this variance process was happening. The one side received notice on May 27th. The one that didn't get it during the application process didn't get it initially, but then did receive it finally on July 20th. We've received no comments from either of the adjacent riparian owners. Petitioner's structural engineer, Eric Tomzak, and their architect, John McGee, provided affidavits included in your materials. While DCM cannot agree as stipulated facts to their statements, we acknowledge those are sworn affidavits, and those materials are pages 106 to 110. Without a variance, petitioners would be allowed by rule to add a cosmetically attached, structurally detached addition on the landward side of the existing home, meeting the setback. Petitioners could also reconfigure the inside of the existing home to better meet their needs without increasing the total floor area. Petitioners and staff disagree on all 4 of the statutory variance criteria. And do we have a timer or no? We're not. No. Okay. 8 minutes-ish. Got it. Thank you. So on the first factor, will strict application of the applicable development rules, standards, or orders issued by the commission cause the petitioner unnecessary hardships? Staff say no. First, staff notes that the amount of money petitioners have spent on their proposal is irrelevant to the statutory standard and should not be considered by the commission. In this case, petitioners are seeking to increase the total floor area of their home significantly by over 50% of what is existing, adding a 2-story addition to the landward side of the house. While the addition largely meets the setback, it will increase the total floor area of a currently non-conforming structure that doesn't meet the setback. The Commission's rules regarding the ocean hazard AEC acknowledge that shoreline erosion is part of the oceanfront system, and the intent of the rules is minimizing losses to life and property resulting from storms and long-term erosion, preventing encroachment by permanent structures on the public beach areas, preserving the natural ecological conditions of the barrier dune and beach systems, and reducing the public costs of inappropriately sited development. The Commission's rules require that new structures, including additions, meet a minimum 60-foot setback measured from the applicable line, which here is the vegetation line and not the more restrictive pre-project line because of the beach plan. So they're already getting the benefit of the beach plan and using the veg line instead for the setback measurement. Your rules at 0306A6 specifically address additions that meet the oceanfront setback but are adding total floor area to an existing non-conforming structure. It requires that they're cosmetically attached but structurally detached. While this allows for an addition, it prevents the size of that non-conforming structure to be enlarged, which could impact the ability to relocate the non-conforming structure in the future. Petitioners in this case have chosen not to avail themselves of this exception found in your rules. They've designed what they wanted is enlarging the non-conforming versus designing a completely attached but separate addition. On the second factor, do hardships result from the conditions peculiar to the petitioner's property, such as the size, location, or topography of the property? And staff say no. The lot is located on the west end of Oak Island in the ocean erodible AEC. While it's not within the current inlet hazard area, it's located within the proposed inlet hazard area. This location has been impacted by erosion sufficiently enough to prompt petitioners to apply for and receive a sand fence exemption in 2019, beach bulldozing permit in 22, and a sandbag permit in 24, resulting in the placement of sandbags here. While petitioners allege that the town's failure to implement proper beach management plan until recently, staff knows that Oak Island and sometimes the Corps of Engineers have caused the placement of 5 nourishments at petitioner's site, including in 2001. So while the formal beach management plan was more recently adopted and developed, there has been nourishment at this site. And despite those nourishments, including 4 which took place before the petitioners installed the sandbags, the erosion at the site was enough to cause their structure to be eligible for those sandbags, to receive the sandbag permit and to place sandbags. The area of the petitioner's lot was experiencing erosion despite 5 nourishments over 25 years. The applicable pre-project vegetation line was established in connection to the 2001 large-scale project and made petitioner's property non-conforming to the setback if measured from the pre-project line. That's not what we did here because of the beach management plan. However, it's also important to point out that in 2001, with the vegetation line being along the landward side of the house, that house already would have been non-conforming with a 60-foot setback. Petitioner's site has benefited from 5 nourishment projects in the past 25 years, but due to the erosion in this area, was still eligible for the sandbags in 2024. It's also not peculiar that a house built in 2000 no longer meets the CAMA setbacks, especially where the setbacks are calculated on a 30-year time horizon. On factor 3, do hardships result from actions taken by the petitioner? Staff agree that petitioners did not cause the erosion of the shoreline, the vegetation line, and the dune system on their lot, and acknowledge that petitioners have received a sand fence exemption and have planted vegetation in an attempt to grow the dunes on the site. Long-term erosion is common for an ocean shoreline in the state and on Oak Island, and is contemplated in the Commission's rules for the ocean hazard area that were in effect when this house was built in 2000. Staff contend that the addition of more than 50% of the current total floor area is not a de minimis addition. It represents a significantly more additional material within the ocean erodible category of the ocean hazard AEC. It would also be a larger structure in case of future relocation or storm damage. It's moving from a 3-bed, 2-bath to a 4-bed master suite, ensuite, work, walk-in closet, game room, study. It's a lovely layout, but not for this eroding lot, adding to a non-conforming house. On the fourth factor, will the variance requested by the petitioner be consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the rules of the commission? Will it secure public safety and welfare and substantial justice? Staff say no. Staff disagree that enlarging the structure by over 50% is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the commission setback rules. Petitioner's argument that such an addition will help fortify the existing structure while also meeting their personal desires for a house goes against the commission setback rules, which limit additions to non-conforming structures and only allows such additions when they're cosmetically attached and structurally detached so that the non-conforming structure is not made larger. Such a larger non-conforming structure would add significantly more structure to a chronically eroding shoreline, which continues to erode despite 5 nourishment events over 25 years. Staff contend that this large addition of total floor area to a non-conforming structure will have a negative impact on public safety and welfare, both in a storm and in connection with long-term chronic erosion. Staff also believe a variance will not preserve substantial justice where there's a significant addition to a non-conforming structure to be built on a lot with a long history of erosion. Mr. and Mrs. McMurray are going to have their time to address the commission and argue the 4 criteria, and then we'll be happy to take questions after that. Thanks.
Thank you, Christy. Mr. and Mrs. McMurray. Good afternoon.
There you go. And you can change them, put the arrows there. Or there's an advancer.
Okay, thanks. Are you gonna do the clock? So we can.
Start once you get going.
Okay. All right, thank you for letting us talk to you today. I'd like to see our perspective on this. And one of the things I'd ask that you do is think about what is the best thing to do in this situation. I realize the rule prevents us from moving forward. However, I think if you look at what is best for the beach, what is best for the property rights, it's best to go ahead and approve this because the house will be enhanced. It'll be structurally stronger in the event of erosion or storm. So 3 things before I jump into the pitch, okay? And they tend to apply to all 4 criteria. I've already mentioned the house will be more structurally strong. We have the signed affidavits in your package from our structural engineer and architect. The second thing to keep in mind is, as has been mentioned, the beach management plan has been implemented, and we're looking forward to benefit that going forward. I know it's defined as chronic erosion area, but we've owned the house for over 25 years. We've only had water approach the house 1 time in the whole, and that was Isaias, which is kind of an exceptional storm. So, the last thing is, as has been mentioned, we have sandbags in front of the house. I'd rather view that as a positive than a negative. The reason we put them in was our neighbors were deciding to put them in. And if we had not put them in, we'd have a channel where the water could run straight into the house. So we have put them in line with our neighbors, which provides additional protection, and I would argue greater than vegetation. Okay, so jumping into.
I'd like to jump in
Oh,
real
go
quick
ahead.
because our neighbors' houses sit seaward. Ours sits further back towards the street. And that's why our sandbags are out way further from the house than theirs are. And they don't dig in. So
Yeah, if you notice that.
there was an
Christie-
emergency erosion.
When Christy put the slides up, which Courtney did a great job, I think you really get a sense of what's going on there by looking at the pictures. If you listen to the dialogue, you think the house is about ready to fall in. It's not. Okay, All right, so I'm not going to cover the same things I've already talked about, but new things on this chart are that the last bullet, anyway, I just said it. The sandbags provide a great deal of protection to the house. So we go on to continue. All right, other considerations as you vote on this. We've already mentioned the beach management plan. Yes, I would very much like it on the screen.
No wonder.
Yeah. I didn't realize it wasn't up there.
Is it on this right? Yeah, it's on this last drive right here.
Oh, I don't know. That's her. She did that. I didn't.
Right here on the desktop.
No.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's fine. I'm glad you noticed it.
It's this one right here. It's gonna say down right there, petitioner. Okay, we'll get it up there, but then, oh, let me put you back up. Sorry about that.
Okay, let's go back. That one. Thank you, because there was a point I wanted to make here. And that is, the first line of vegetation, natural vegetation is holding us up here. But I believe that it's appropriate to approve this, as it will.
If I can just interrupt you just for a second. I think they're still trying to put your slides up.
Yeah.
If you want to just hold on a second,
I don't mind waiting.
if that would help.
Well, I think it would help you, yeah.
Okay, we're back.
Are we on?
I think.
No.
Yep. Wait. More technical.
No problem. I'm glad you're doing it. Thank you.
Yeah.
I thought you could see it. Sorry.
Do they have screens or not?
The commission has screens. but
Okay,
I
they can
don't
see
know if
screens at
it's-
their table. They're just. Okay. Perfect. And then what you see
But
right,
it's just the intro page, isn't it?
so what you see right here, and then once you hit that button, it'll advance your slide for you.
Okay.
It doesn't do it on this screen.
Then I got interview. Thank you. Seconds. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Let's go back.
Let's
Let's go
go
back
to
to
first.
first. Let's go back to first because there was a point I wanted to make there.
Perfect.
All right. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. Here we go again. So I've got comments on each of the points. As I mentioned before, a lot of the themes repeat throughout it. But anyway, if we were to get approved, it will allow us to meet our goals.
Something's wrong.
Okay.
Advance it with the clicker.
Okay. It's like having two remotes at home.
Okay.
All right, I think we're there. You guys see strict application hardships, right?
we do.
Okay, so you can see the format I'm going to use, each of the four issues, and I'll bring up a few points for your consideration. Okay, so on this first one, that's continued. I see the problem.
Did that there.
It's this one.
That's it.
Okay, they're different on the two screens, sorry. There we go. Now we're all in sync. Okay, point to make here is it will help us meet our goals. We want to improve the house so that we can age in place and stay in the house as long as we can. It's not an investment property. It's been my home, second home until recently since 1999. So anyway, and I'll just drive this point home, it is going to improve the structural integrity of the home by adding a landward side addition, right? This is all landward, not touching the beach side. The beach side will remain entirely the same. All right, so next point on hardships, and there we go, got them both. Okay. All right, I want to make a comment on this third bullet. This is a new thought on this chart. It's in response to moving sorry. The third point is that it isn't, although it's been mentioned that we could put a detached structure on it, it isn't really practical to do it. It might work in a case where you're adding decks, but we're actually trying to expand the home itself. So it isn't practical to do a structurally detached but cosmetically attached. It should be actually attached according to the architect and structural engineer, and it would make the house sounder. Okay, so now we're going on to the next one, and I got to do it for you as well. All right. So, all right, number 2 are the peculiarities contributing to the hardships. The staff says no, we say yes. The lot is unique, right? It's an oceanfront lot. It's a 50-foot wide lot, as was mentioned. Most of the lots in our area are a lot and a half, or 150. So it's a small footprint, it's a small lot, it's a small house. And yes, the increase is significant percentage-wise, but it's still a relatively small home, even with the project done, compared to the other large houses that are being put up in the area, including one right next to it. All right, so. Go ahead.
I'd like to point out that the beach, Christy commented about, we had 5 projects in 25 years. And exactly the commitment from the town with the beach management plan is to keep the profile of the beach up every 5 to 6 years that would occur. So doing what's been done for 5 years and having a strong major hurricane, Isaias, come through the entire island really set things back.
All right, thank you. That was my last point of that chart. There you go forward. This one now. Okay, continued on. Oh, all right, these 2 are both new points that haven't been touched. Well, actually, Christy did mention the Army Corps, but it is true that pretty much every other year since I've owned the home and our plans going forward, the Army Corps has dredged the Lockwoods Folly Inlet. Every other year that sand comes to the west end of Oak Island. The other years it goes to Holden Beach. So also great plan to continue the west end of the island. All right. Also the last bullet here, the most recent restoration has been fantastic for us. It's by far the best that's been done. I know it's been done 5 times, but all restorations are not equal. This last one has been excellent. Our dune, just the top part of the dune is now over 30 feet wide. It's been planted by the city. Just this week, we augmented that with 800 more sea oaks that were approved. So, there's a lot of protection to the home for both the dune and the sandbags. And the sandbags are about halfway in between the dune, right? There's about 30 feet in front and 30 feet behind. So great location. It's well outside the normal placement of sandbags because of our neighbors. I mentioned that before. So we're not the typical 20 feet from our sandbags.
No, and that's also why we have such a large dune, is because we had a dune in front of our house before the sandbags were installed. This latest project raised the level of the dune, and it just tied it all together and went out that much further. But we have a large portion of dune behind the sandbags as well as in front.
Okay, moving on to number 3. I wanted to bring up the new points on this one, really, and that's the last 2 bullets. If we were to try to take an approach to use the existing structure to meet our goals, it would really prevent us from having a single floor living area, which is what we're striving to have. So anyway, that's the point to make. And I've already mentioned that the house is not that big. Oh, and also the last 8 feet of the existing structure on the seaward side is cantilevered. All right, there's not pilings at the very end of it. So the footprint is relatively small. And again, adding to the street side will bolster the entire structure. All right, so moving on to number 4, I think. Yes. Okay, I really like number 4.
Can't get there yet.
Uh-oh, there you go, thank you.
No. You do it. It's not going.
Can you guys advance it to their number 4?
Uh-oh. Is it slideshow, please? I can read to it. I mean, you guys know.
If they can see it, they can't see 4.
I know, but, oh, yeah, you don't have it at all. All right. Let me talk and somebody may get it up there. I don't know. 3's up, but it won't advance.
There you go. They got it.
Uh-oh, now I may have gone too far. Okay. All right. I wanted, in maintaining, your role is to take care of the coastal area, right? And that's the spirit of the rules. And we're not breaking that spirit. And we would argue that we're actually improving and reducing risk, both from erosion and storms. All right, so what I did want to mention about the neighbors in terms of substantial justice. The neighbor to our east just put a house up last year. It's fully approved. The thing is absolutely mammoth. And on the street side, we will go just exactly even with him. So we'll be no closer to the road than that house, which is right next to us. He built that house right behind the vegetation line. And then he put a detached structure, which is deck and pool, beyond that. So, and it's not technically attached, but seaward. But it is cosmetically attached, right? You can walk out on the door onto the deck, but it is its own separate pilings. Anyway, it's practical in that case, right? Because it's a porch on the front. It's not really practical in my mind to put it on the front side of the house, the street side, in a detached manner. Okay, so I think, yeah, here's one point I wanted to make, and that's the third bullet. Some of what's in your package talks about that this would create more debris in a storm, and that's true. It's a bigger house, of course it would. But and the deck cover itself was specifically mentioned. We're perfectly willing to have the deck cover removed from the plan if that would help, to get it passed. We actually debated while we were coming up with the plans as to whether we needed a cover or not, whether we needed to cover partial. So we're fine with no deck cover.
It just was aesthetically more
It's
pleasing
yeah.
for the neighborhood.
But there are pros and cons to the cover. Anyway, so we're fine without the cover. If that would reduce the debris, we'd be happy to do that. All right, so, the last point about moving the house if we needed to later after the addition. And sure, it would be a little bit harder. It would be more expensive, but it wouldn't be impossible to do it. We've seen just earlier this month, it was just last week, a house was moved down by the point. If you're familiar, that's the western end of the island, much bigger than ours. And they moved it right by the house. I've got pictures of it. And to the east beach of the island. And a couple of years ago, a much larger house than that even was moved from the point area right by our house. So it's very doable. That is not a valid reason to deny this, in my opinion.
Your time is almost up.
Okay. Any
I
comments?
just wanted to mention that the house that just was moved away from West Beach Drive, somebody bought it for $1.8 million. And they are building 2 houses on that lot, and they will be bigger.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. All right. Perfect. Thanks.
Christy, you have anything? Does anybody have any questions for either Christy or the McMurrays? Jordan and Larry?
Go ahead.
I have a few. So under the current rule, it's 2,500 foot, but they have to have a 60-foot setback. Is that right?
Yes, it's 2 foot a year erosion rate times 30 because of the size of the proposed structure. And normally that would be measured from the pre-project line, but because there's a beach plan here, they can measure that 60 feet from the vegetation line, which is further waterward. And that's still, that line falls basically at the back of their house. So the addition would meet it, but the house is non-conforming.
So the current house would not fall into it currently?
The current house does not meet the applicable setback, correct?
What is the structure that they're wanting to build? What is the distance from that line?
Probably the best thing to look at is a copy of the site plan, which I think is page 69. And you can see the 60-foot setback line is near, it's kind of basically the last quarter of the house, waterward to back. It bisects the house.
So is it 40 foot, 30 foot?
From where to where? I'm sorry.
From the, I guess is it not the first line of vegetation, the setback line?
The setback line bisects the house in the rear quarter of the house.
So they have no buffer?
The buffer doesn't apply on the ocean front. I'm sorry. What, do you mean setback?
The setback, I'm sorry, yeah.
The new structure is completely behind the setback.
Yeah, the new structure will meet the 60-foot setback.
Okay.
The current structure mostly does not, except the last slice at the back.
Okay, so what they're trying to build will be 60 foot back.
Correct, but your commission rules talk about additions to non-conforming structures such as this, and that because you're adding total floor area to a non-conforming structure, it could only be built if it's cosmetically attached, structurally detached. And that's not how they designed this, of course, because they were coming for this variance, but there is the ability to design an addition that is structurally separate, cosmetically attached, and we issue permits for that.
Larry?
Christy, since you're there, and this kind of boils down to this item 16, which is the current rule that's in effect, which, and I don't want this to sound ridiculous. When I was reading through this, the new development landward of the applicable setback may be cosmetically, but not structurally attached to an existing structure. So if the McMurrays set it back up 1 inch from their existing structure, this new development they want, if they set it back 1 inch from would that meet the rule?
Structurally separate.
Yeah.
And it meets the setback, that's permissible, yes.
1 inch. But if they,
Well, it doesn't, your rule doesn't give a amount, a
Yeah.
distance. It says structurally
mean,
separate, cosmetically attached.
you could take
So
2x4, they say you can cosmetically do this, so you could have one 2x4 walkway from their proposed new construction and put a 2x4 down to connect it to walk over. That makes no sense. And I was really, if you or the staff, I really don't understand this rule. If the new construction's meeting all of the 60-foot setback, it just makes no sense.
But if it's designed to be one structure, you're adding to an existing non-conforming structure. And so the commission's rules have said that's not okay. But if you design it in a way that they butt up against each other, that the siding can be the same, but are structurally two different things, that's
So you got
allowed
the
by
sa-
the commission's
You've got the
rules.
same debris, you've got the same structure, the same square footage, and it's separated by 1 inch.
My understanding of the commission's rule is that that would allow more easily for relocation of a structure, so that you don't have a bigger structure to have to relocate, you have two smaller.
Robbie?
So I'm trying to understand why I don't even know if I was on the commission, would have created such a rule that sort of said that you could add on but not attach to the current structure. It sounded like to me we must have been thinking if someone wanted to build a detached garage or a detached.
We issue permits, staff issues permits for structures that are designed.
Almost as if,
Yeah.
we're confusing this rule, and maybe we need to relook at it. Maybe we confuse this rule with that you can almost attach to your house. You can almost.
You can cosmetically attach it, yes.
So that doesn't make any sense to me. So you're telling me that you've got to build the project separate but you can connect it with vinyl siding and roofing.
Your rule says new
Oh, I heard
development.
you say that, your rule. Go ahead.
That new development landward of the applicable setback may be cosmetically but not structurally attached to an existing structure that does not conform with current setbacks.
It has to do with the nonconformity clause, I think.
Mhm.
Would be my- Neil?
I think that is also more typically you're talking about a detached deck or walkway or beach dune walkover structure type of arrangement versus adding bedrooms and living space. So I think that's what's confusing the issue here is that, yeah, it'd be really tough to add enclosed space cosmetically attached, but it's not uncommon for exterior decks, balconies, or walkover structures to be cosmetically attached but structurally independent of the main structure.
Larry?
The other point is, especially in this time, we talk about resiliency, and there's two affidavits in the package one from a licensed engineer, one from a licensed architecture that, having two separate structures are going to be more structurally unsound than actually having it connected to the home and actually make it one sound structure and that makes sense to me, that if it was attached and structurally attached, that it would be a stronger, more resilient home, less subject to damage. And that was the other thing that I think needs to be highlighted, that, the McMurrays have gone to the time and expense of getting a licensed engineer, architect to make a point on that, which I think is critical on this as far as oceanfront homes.
Steve?
So one of the things I was trying to get clear is the comment from the applicant that originally when the house was constructed, they pushed it oceanward to make room to achieve the setback required by the municipality to put a septic system in. Now the septic system is no longer there, and they'd like to take advantage of their landward portion of their lot by doing this addition. And what caused the nonconformity was the fact that originally they had to push it so far seaward. And so that's what created the nonconformity. For me, it's I understand the rule. I'm compelled to work with the applicant if they're going landward. Oftentimes we get people that want to encroach seaward. And that's something that we as a commission has been very resistant to do. In this case, we're going landward, and they're asking to get a little more use of their private property, which they were prevented to originally because of the setbacks.
Just point of clarification, though, the house when it was built, was not a non-conforming structure. It couldn't have been built that way.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. It became non-conforming with the changes of the setbacks. If they hadn't had to deal with the septic, perhaps the house would have been further back and they would have had room. Regardless, they're now a non-conforming use, and I don't know, it's difficult.
Lauren?
Christy, do I understand the concept of substantial justice correctly in that it's not about a technicality, but the overall fairness of the applicability of a rule?
I'm going to defer to your attorney.
Or one that's sitting right beside me. Sorry, you were in my line of sight.
So the statute says that you need to, so I think you're talking about the final criteria of a variance. I will read you the exact language. The requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the rules, standards, or orders, will secure public safety and welfare, and will preserve substantial justice. Regarding your question about what substantial justice means, I would state to you that these are quasi-judicial proceedings, meaning you have to evaluate each one individually. You don't really set a precedent, though it is important for the commission to have some internal consistency. And so substantial justice has been interpreted by the commission in the past.
I'll just make this statement, which I'm sure will shock no one, in that I'm going to be contrary. To me, the rule contemplates that this house is in a inlet hazard area. The reason the house became non-conforming is because it's in an inlet hazard area. It erodes, it is vulnerable. The rule is there to keep people from continuing to build in a vulnerable spot. And while I'm most always sympathetic to what people are up against, it's in an extremely vulnerable area, and the rule contemplates that fact. So for me, it is not in the spirit and intent of the rule. But
And
again,
just to be clear, it's not currently in the inlet hazard area. It's in the recommended science panel box, new
it's in a
box.
real vulnerable
So-
area.
Okay.
Jordan?
This might be a question for the applicants. You said there was that larger house being built next to you? Okay, and you said that's farther eastward?
We didn't include any information about.
So that can't be, okay.
Right.
Okay.
We can't add new information here.
Good. For
Any further questions? If not, does anyone wish to make a motion on criteria 1? Restrict application of applicable development rules, standards, or orders issued by the commission cause the petitioner unnecessary hardships. If so, the petitioner must identify the hardships. Larry?
I'd like, on condition number 1, to agree with petitioners, which would be yes.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Jordan and Steve. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion? Count up.
5, 6, 7, 8. Is that right? Angela, did you get 8?
I got not Lauren,
1, 2.
Catherine, Laura.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. All opposed?
5 opposed.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. Criteria 2. Do hardships result from conditions peculiar to the petitioner's property, such as location, size, or topography? Explain. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move on condition number 2 to agree with petitioner's position of yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by both Steve and Jordan again. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
And it is 8 yays.
All opposed?
5 nays.
Okay. Next up, criteria 3. Do the hardships result from actions taken by the petitioner? Explain. Your motion on that.
I'd like to move on condition number 3 to agree with petitioner's position of no.
Okay. Motion is made. Second? Jordan, okay. And Mr. King as well. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
Okay, all right. All opposed?
2. Okay, so 5. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, criteria 4. Will the variance requested by the petitioner be consistent with the spirit, purpose, intent of the rules, standards, or orders issued by the commission, secure the public safety and welfare, preserve substantial justice?
I move that we adopt the staff position of no.
Okay, motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made by DR, seconded by Lauren. All in favor of the motion?
Second by-
Lauren?
second
Oh, sorry,
by
sorry,
Commissioner Kent.
sorry, Catherine.
No problem.
My apologies. All in favor of the motion?
5 yay.
All opposed to the motion? The motion is defeated.
Commissioner McAdams, do you have your hand up for that one?
I do not.
Okay.
On this point.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So I think it was 7 nay then on that point, correct? Okay.
Now, do we need to,
You,
would there be another motion to adopt
Make a
criteria?
motion to take the petitioner's position.
Motion by Jordan. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner King. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 yays.
All opposed?
2, 5, the motion carries.
Okay, the variance is granted.
And just to clarify, for when I write the order, I did not hear this commission had any conditions they wanted to put on this variance. Is that correct?
I did not hear any conditions in any of the.
I didn't hear any conditions.
Okay. I just want to make sure since I'm the one who drafts it. Thank you.
It is granted. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
We'll take a 10-minute break. I still have to go pick up one container of food. All right, this meeting will now come back to order. Next up,
One thing I forgot, real quick, one staff member forgot to.
before we start on the chip tanker, the floor is yours for a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the commission, I forgot one member of our new staff with my oversight. I apologize, but I'd like to introduce to you Michael Syerson at the back. Michael joined us as a camera field rep of the Elizabeth City office in June of this year. He will be working with Killable Hills, Collington, Kitty Hawk, Camden, Pasco County, etc. So welcome, Michael.
Have you split our county up into halves?
Stop the run.
Ah, Ron is the culprit. Ron will have a talk. Split us up into halves. Okay, next up is the chip update. Charlie Deaton and Derek Deweiler. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Charlie Deaton. I am the Habitat Protection Supervisor at the Division of Marine Fisheries. With me are Derek Detweiler and Jace Owens. They are our fisheries resource specialists, so they interact with a lot of the coastal management folks on major permits, providing input on fisheries resource impacts. We will be presenting the 2026 amendment to the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. We do have a long presentation today with a lot jammed into it, so if it's all right with y'all, in the sake of time, we will try to blast through it and take questions at the end. If anyone disagrees, feel free to just jump in.
I have a quick question at the forefront, if that's all right. Are we voting on this or is, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, we'll see it in late October. This is information for everybody to consider today. Thank you.
So yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to jump in at any time. So for a quick overview of the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, or the CHIP as we abbreviate it, the Marine Fisheries Commission, this commission, and the Environmental Management Commission are mandated by the Fisheries Reform Act of 1997 to review and revise the CHIP at least once every 5 years. DEQ staff with expertise in marine fisheries, coastal area management, and water quality, that's the divisions of marine fisheries, coastal management, and water resources, are required to prepare the plan, though we've traditionally involved additional DEQ divisions and external partners as well. Coastal habitat protection plans describe the state's coastal habitats, evaluate the function, value to fisheries, and status and trends of the habitats, identify threats, and recommend actions to protect and restore habitats. And on that note, the sheet that I passed around, if anyone gets lost during the presentation, is what we are recommending with this CHIP. The Fisheries Reform Act also required a CHIP steering committee, which consists of 2 members from each of the 3 commissions who are tasked with reviewing the staff prepared draft of the CHIP and providing feedback before it comes to each commission for consideration. Your representatives are Larry Baldwin and Bob Emery. Bob Emery obviously is no longer on the commission, but Larry has provided us with a lot of feedback that's been really helpful over the past year. And I will make one last note here. The 2016 edition of the CHIP serves as our base plan CHIP. 2021 CHIP was an amendment, and this CHIP also serves as an amendment. To give a little background on what the CHIP can do, I just want to quickly highlight some past accomplishments of the CHIP, which include facilitating the creation of the camera general permit for living shorelines, which used to require a major permit, so easier to permit those now. CHIP played a role in the creation of the coastal stormwater rules, which help reduce water quality impacts in the state's coastal counties. It informed the way DMF conducts its oyster restoration projects, and it's led to improved coastal habitat mapping programs across the department. The CHIP has also led the development of strategic habitat areas, which we'll talk about a little bit more here in a minute. And the CHIP has encouraged research to address DEQ and commission priorities. One example being better understanding of the sources of sedimentation in our coastal tidal creeks. One thing to note in common across these accomplishments is that rather than get these items to the finish line, the CHIP has traditionally served to summarize the best science available on coastal habitat protection issues. And it lays the groundwork for division staff to later incorporate that information into rulemaking or improved internal management strategies or prioritizing needed areas for research. Looking back at the previous CHIP, the 2021 amendment, that included 5 new issue papers and a total of 49 recommended actions, focused broadly on SAV protection and restoration through water quality improvements, wetland protection through nature-based solutions, improving environmental rule compliance, reducing wastewater impacts, and improving habitat mapping and monitoring. So the 2026 CHIP will also serve as an amendment. We'll be including 4 new issue papers that build on a lot of the topics from previous CHIPs. Before we get into those issue papers, I'll briefly update you on our timeline here. Beginning last spring, our habitat protection team led a series of scoping meetings with each DEQ division and then compiled that into a draft framework. And we reviewed that framework with the DEQ-wide staff CHIP team and with our CHIP steering committee. And with their support, we began to draft issue papers. Since then, we solicited public and stakeholder feedback through Marine Fisheries Commission's Habitat and Water Quality Advisory Committee. We've provided 2 informational presentations to the MFC and another one to the Environmental Management Commission. Staff completed issue paper drafts earlier this summer. That's what is provided to you in your packets. And your representatives on the CHIP steering committee have given us, reviewed those and given us feedback on the issue papers twice in the past few months. Over the next couple weeks, we'll be presenting this CHIP to this commission. We presented to Marine Fisheries last week, and we'll be at the EMC's Water Quality Committee here in a couple weeks. And we'll be asking for your feedback ahead of gathering public comment on this draft CHIP. As we receive feedback from all 3 commissions and from the public, we plan to make any necessary changes, present those one more time to the CHIP steering committee, and then come back to you for final approval. So for this CHIP, our 4 issue paper areas are ecosystem-based management for coastal habitats, SAV protection and restoration, planning for multi-decadal wetland change, and strategic habitat area validation. And with that, I will hand it over to Jace Owens, who's going to take us to the next couple sections.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As Charlie said, I'm Jace Owens, and I'm going to speak to you about the ecosystem-based management issue paper within the CHIP. So the first half of the ecosystem-based management section, or EBM section, will lay out the plan of integrating ecosystem data into our decision-making. So the 2021 CHIP had a focus on improving the monitoring of coastal habitats to better understand their status and to better inform their protection and restoration efforts. So though some progress was made on this front, the actions put forth in the 2021 CHIP were largely dependent on acquiring new long-term funding, which has brought us to look for alternative ways to better incorporate existing ecosystem data that we have using the resources that we do have. And so in this issue paper, we discuss how DMF currently uses ecosystem data in our management. And we also describe the framework to further integrate this ecosystem data in order to better inform our management strategies. So one of the larger endeavors within the 2026 CHIP will be adopting frameworks like NOAA's Integrate Ecosystem Assessment, or IEA, to incorporate this ecosystem data into management decisions. So just a bit of a background, the IEA strategy was identified as a pathway to monitor habitat status, as well as to measure the performance of management decisions. It involves a formal synthesis and quantitative analysis of natural and socioeconomic factors relative to specific management objectives. It's used by NOAA to support adaptive ecosystem-based management, and the framework was also supported by the 2016 CHIP. This technique was also recommended by the North Carolina Policy Collaboratory in the 2025 legislative study examining the state's coastal and marine fisheries. And so over the next couple of slides, I'm going to expand on this process and then finish with the actions that we are calling for in the CHIP. So the first step of this process is establishing management goals in order to effectively measure the status and trends of coastal habitats. Ecosystem-based management goals need to be established from the beginning, and this includes choosing ecosystem indicators. So some of these indicators may include, but are not limited to, seafood production, recreational opportunities, ecosystem stability, social and cultural values, etc. So we plan to define and set these goals first by establishing an internal work group, and that internal work group will continue developing strategies for incorporating ecosystem data into our routine decision-making, along with establishing goals for our ecosystem assessment. So the second step after establishing these goals is to work with our state partners to develop indicators that we can use to assess the status and trends of the ecosystems. So this includes setting criteria and creating an inventory of potential indicators. And we plan to build upon documents like the collaboratory study, which included a very thorough analysis of physical, biological, and social ecosystem indicators, along with using the ecosystem status report from NOAA, which will begin occurring at more regular intervals for our South Atlantic region, along with taking lessons learned from the AppNet ecosystem assessment. And finally, this will result in a workshop with our partners and stakeholders to select North Carolina specific indicators, along with working with experts to set appropriate thresholds. So this will culminate in the development of a state report card for North Carolina. So we plan to use these indicators to understand the long-term trends of North Carolina's coastal ecosystems by using the threshold for each indicator to score and compile them in order to evaluate the overall ecosystem status. This will also fulfill our 2021 CHIP action of providing a public-friendly ecosystem report card for stakeholders. And just to note that we are consulting with scientists at the University of Maryland who are responsible for developing the majority of these state report cards. We plan to use their framework, but work with state partners and experts in order to build North Carolina specific indicators and thresholds and criteria. So we chose to consult with University of Maryland scientists because they work with states and regions to facilitate this process from start to finish. And these state report cards can be updated and amended as new data becomes available or new indicators are selected. So it's flexible and adaptable to the specific needs of the state and the specific resources within the state. And this information can be combined with interactive web-based tools to make it really user-friendly with the wider public. So that leads us to the actions that we are putting forth in the CHIP for this particular issue paper, which include establishing that internal working group to define and establish ecosystem-based management goals for an ecosystem assessment, conducting workshops with experts and partners to select ecosystem indicators and establish appropriate thresholds for these indicators. That will culminate in calculating grades for each indicator chosen and create a state report card. And this will be used to communicate the status and trends of coastal ecosystems to both stakeholders and the public. So next, I'm going to move into the next issue paper, still within our ecosystem-based management chapter of the CHIP, but this focuses on strategic habitat area, validation, and implementation. And just so you know, I will be referring probably to the strategic habitat areas as SHAWs, just for ease of speaking. So that's what I'm referring to. Just to provide a little bit of a background on strategic habitat areas, or SHAWs. They were selected as locations with high quality connected habitats that were identified to protect the biodiversity and ecological function of coastal habitats through non-regulatory approaches. And I'm just going to provide a brief overview on the background of the strategic habitat area identification and validation process. So in 2006, the identification process was set based on the 2005 CHIP to select strategic habitat areas or SHAs using a combination of habitat characteristics, priority fisheries, and set criteria. These criteria included selecting areas that had high ecological function, that were relatively unaltered from human development, had high habitat landscape connections, and needed some form of protection or enhancement or restoration. So between 2009 and 2018, staff used a conservation planning tool that incorporated spatial analysis of these criteria along with expert input to nominate a network of high quality areas. And then between 2018 and 2021, a validation study was conducted within 2 of the 4 CHIP regions. So these 2 regions included the White Oak River Basin region and the Cape Fear River Basin region. The study used a stratified random sampling design to compare abundance and diversity of fish and invertebrates, levels of alteration, and habitat metrics between the identified SHA sites and non-SHA or reference sites separately for each region. So the next few slides, I'm just going to quickly present on the results of this validation study. And like Charlie said, once we finish our presentation, if you guys have questions, we'll have time at the end. So the criteria that were assessed for the SHA sites and compared to the reference sites were habitat landscape connections, whether these selected SHA sites were relatively unaltered, and whether these sites also had high ecological function. So when looking at habitat landscape connections, the metrics used to assess this were looking at the number of different habitat types within these SHA areas, along with the habitat extent or acreage. And the specific habitats that were assessed were wetlands or marshland, live oyster cover, or submerged aquatic vegetation or SAV. So the results found that the SHA sites for both the White Oak region and the Cape Fear region had a higher diversity of different habitats within the selected SHA sites compared to the reference sites. And these habitat types had a greater extent within the SHA sites compared to the reference sites. When looking at levels of alteration, the metrics that were assessed were, are marsh shorelines eroded? So looking at the degree of shoreline erosion and looking at the frequency of hardened structures between the SHA sites and the non-SHA sites. So the results found that the SHA sites for both regions had less eroded edge and a lower frequency of hardened shorelines compared to the reference sites. And third, looking at high ecological function, the first metric that was used to assess this was the density and or cover of the specific habitat types. So again, looking at wetlands or marsh, SAV, and live oyster cover. So the results were a little interesting for both regions, the White Oak and the Cape Fear regions. The SHA sites had a higher stem density of salt marsh cordgrass compared to the reference sites, and both regions had a higher percentage of live oyster cover in the SHA sites compared to the reference sites. However, within the White Oak region, SAV coverage was pretty similar between the SHA sites and the non-SHA sites. There wasn't statistically a significant difference between the SHA sites and the reference sites. However, in the Cape Fear region, SAV was found only within the identified SHA sites, whereas it was devoid from the reference sites. Just note some differences there between the regions. So, oops, sorry. So let me go back really quick. The other metric used to assess high ecological function was the abundance and biodiversity of fish and mobile invertebrates within the SHA sites compared to reference sites for both regions. So that is what I will be covering on the next slide. So, okay, we can see that. So when looking at this graph, just to note, the SHA sites are in blue and the non-SHA or the reference sites are in yellow. For the Cape Fear region, that little star above the columns represents a statistically significant difference. And now I'll just run through the findings of this. So within the White Oak River Basin, there were no significant differences in the abundance of fish and swimming invertebrates when looking at all gear types combined. The SHA sites did have a higher biodiversity compared to the reference sites in specifically the trawl samples. So they used 3 different gear types. Trawl was one of them, but when combining the gear types, there wasn't a significant difference. This was attributed likely to a few large schools of menhaden and spot that likely inflated the abundance within the non-SHA sites, as well as the fact that Region 3 overall had lower levels of alteration or human development, had smaller differences in habitat presence, and just due to the region's overall basin geography. But in the Cape Fear Basin, the SHA sites did have a significantly higher abundance and biodiversity of fish and swimming invertebrates. They also had a higher biodiversity, so they had a higher presence of more rare species in the SHA sites compared to the non-SHA or the reference sites. So this validation study and these results specifically provide evidence that SHAs have a higher abundance and more diverse species compared to the reference sites. In combination with the findings that the SHA sites have a more diverse estuarine landscape, a higher area of structured habitats, and less overall alteration compared to the non-SHA or reference sites for both regions. And the results of this validation study lend further support to the designation of the nominated strategic habitat areas. Oops, sorry. Try and keep up with both the computer and what you're seeing. Oh. So this leads us to the actions put forward for this issue paper within the 2026 CHIP. So we plan to explore the feasibility of utilizing DMF's independent sampling data to validate the remaining 2 CHIP regions for the selected SHA sites. These regions are the Albemarle Sound regions and the Pamlico Sound region. And just to note, oh my goodness. The validation study for the White Oak and the Cape Fear River region utilized the same sampling metrics that the DMF independent sampling uses. So they used the same gear types and sampling lengths to help validate the feasibility of utilizing this data for the validation of the Pamlico and Albemarle Sound regions. Next, this will lead to the completion of an issue paper that presents the validation of all of the strategic habitat areas statewide, along with proposing designation options to the Marine Fisheries Commission and relevant commissions. We also propose to develop non-regulatory options and strategies by reestablishing the DMF Strategic Habitat Area Working Group, conducting a workshop with our state partners in order to further develop options for different ways to protect, restore, or enhance these selected SHA sites. And this will also lead to the completion of an issue paper where we will present management options to the commissions. So that completes my section. I'm going to hand it over to Derek Detweiler.
Alrighty, good afternoon, commissioners. Again, my name is Derek Detweiler. I am a fisheries resource specialist with DMF's Habitat Protection Team, based out of the Wilmington Regional DEQ office. We're going to switch gears a little bit, and I'll be presenting the next CHIP thematic area regarding the need to plan for the loss of ecologically and economically valuable coastal wetlands, with a focus on exploring thin layer placement or TLP restoration. For those who may recall, TLP was identified as a standalone topic for the 2026 CHIP amendment in coordination with the CHIP Steering Committee and through consultations with partner agencies across DEQ. This builds on the commission-approved 2021 CHIP amendment that included a chapter on wetland shoreline protection and enhancement with a focus on nature-based solutions. In addition to discussions on wetland monitoring and mapping, marsh migration, living shorelines, and stormwater and watershed management strategies, TLP was first introduced into the CHIP through recommended actions to determine optimal parameters for TLP. Further, DCM staff led an effort in 2022 in collaboration with partner agencies to develop brief TLP guidance for site assessment and monitoring, intended to help permit applicants design TLP projects in a way that optimized project scoping, interagency permitting reviews, and future outcome evaluations by providing a starting point in response to growing stakeholder interest in this technique. Because TLP remains unexplored at large scales in North Carolina, including this topic in the current CHIP amendment builds significantly on this work and will ensure stakeholders are well informed and prepared to evaluate TLP projects as they are proposed. So I'd like to take a few moments here to define and describe how TLP is discussed in the CHIP before we dig into the details that will be included in this chapter. So briefly, this conceptual figure to your right describes a TLP process and shows that if a deteriorating marsh is susceptible to drowning, sediment deprivation, or if there exists a barrier to migration, a thin layer of sediment, primarily derived from the beneficial use of compatible dredge material, can be applied to the marsh surface so that it can help build and retain its elevation and habitat characteristics. For the purpose of the CHIP, we view TLP as a tool strictly for restoration and enhancement of existing wetlands and not for the disposal of dredge material, not for the creation of new wetlands, or for the mitigation of other wetland impacts made elsewhere. And to show you what a well-executed TLP project looks like, these images are from a recent 2024 TLP project conducted at Deal Island National Wildlife Refuge in Maryland through a collaboration between the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. You can see on your left that prior to TLP application, the marsh was experiencing plant fragmentation and loss, as well as severe interior ponding associated with sea level rise. After TLP, the image to your right indicates that the elevation of the existing marsh platform was successfully raised and marsh vegetation responded accordingly. Project monitoring is still ongoing, but results through 2025 indicate that this site is continuing to accrete sediment and maintain its elevation over time. And so with that, I want to state up front that the purpose of including this topic in the 2026 CHIP amendment is to directly address stakeholder interest in learning more about this technique. This section strictly serves as an informational resource for those stakeholders that include regulatory and resource agency staff, commission members, restoration practitioners, and researchers. This chapter synthesizes peer-reviewed literature, case studies, existing guidance documents, regulations, and results from a multi-agency TLP workshop held earlier this year. Lastly, this chapter explores just one possible tool for coastal restoration and beneficial use. In this section, we do not propose any management actions related to TLP implementation in North Carolina, nor do we provide any kind of endorsement to pursue widespread TLP in the state, as currently DCM would only be able to authorize TLP through the CRC variance process. As I mentioned previously, TLP is primarily addressed in the 2026 CHIP amendment through the development of a detailed information paper that provides a review of current literature and hits on the topics that you see here. So for example, we discussed the history and methods associated with TLP, how to evaluate physical and chemical sediment characteristics of both source and recipient material, how to determine target elevation and placement thickness, considerations for ensuring plant growth and recovery, differences in applications to low versus high marsh areas, and effects on adjacent habitats and faunal communities. And so based on your review of the synthesis provided in the draft CHIP materials, if you have any questions about these specific areas, I'm happy to address those after this presentation. I do want to highlight perhaps the most important consideration for TLP, which is determining the amount of material that should be applied to the marsh surface. Typically, TLP projects are planned to deposit somewhere between a few inches to a little over a foot of sediment onto the marsh surface, depending on a specific project. As a result, there is no magic number associated with these projects, whether the applied layer is 5 or 10 inches or some other number. Rather, this amount is incredibly project specific and determined by the interaction between sediment characteristics, local tidal frames, and resulting elevation biomass relationships that achieve and maintain a target elevation within the intertidal zone, typically between sea level and mean high water. So the figure to your left summarizes this relationship, with elevation represented on the horizontal axis and biomass represented on the vertical axis. And you'll see that plant biomass represented by this curve peaks at certain elevations within the tidal frame and then decreases when elevation is either too high or too low due to suboptimal shifts in tidal inundation frequency. As a result, achieving optimal target elevations ensure robust vegetation response and subsequent accretion to help continue building elevation over time. Additionally, I wanted to note that TLP is often done in conjunction with living shorelines and other shoreline protection measures. The photo to your upper right shows a temporary containment structure during the restoration process, while the photo to your lower right shows a permanent living shoreline composed of rock sills and oyster castles that were installed after TLP restoration. TLP is also dependent on matching compatible source material and restoration opportunities, and is therefore subject to very careful decision-making. As discussed in the draft chip materials, there is a lot of planning involved with these projects to determine if TLP is even a viable option for restoration. This is just one example here from the Maryland Department of Natural Resources of what the decision-making process might look like. And so process diagrams such as this help stakeholders effectively match those dredging and restoration. This CHIP chapter also highlights several case studies across the eastern US, including Georgia, North Carolina, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, New York, and several New England states. Based on the synthesis that we conducted, it was evident that the states are at various points in how TLP is implemented. And this is summarized in the schematic to your right, which shows that some states remain in the exploratory and experimental phase of TLP, while New Jersey in particular has an established programmatic approach to TLP and other beneficial use projects. But nonetheless, many states kind of fall in between those two end members and have or are actively conducting larger scale pilot projects and simultaneously developing TLP guidance and resources. Next, we synthesized existing guidance documents that provided insight into lessons learned and best practices for designing, implementing, monitoring, and adaptively managing large-scale TLP projects. These guidance documents also discussed important logistical, engineering, and funding considerations. From this section, I did want to highlight that successful TLP projects are often guided by diverse interdisciplinary teams of local, state, and federal stakeholders, consisting of resource agencies, regulatory and permitting agencies, restoration practitioners, research scientists, landowners, dredgers, engineers, consulting agencies, as well as fishers and recreational users of those ecosystems. These groups are typically charged with determining site suitability and target elevations. They are charged with developing project objectives, success criteria, monitoring and adaptive management plans, guidance and standard operating procedures, and they are also responsible for conducting alternatives analyses, securing reliable funding, and coordinating all analyses and assessments that are predetermined by this group. As I mentioned previously, we hosted a coordination workshop earlier this year that included representatives from DMF, DWR, DCM, and other state and federal agencies to discuss the latest TLP research and best implementation practices. We shared concerns related to resource impacts associated with TLP, and we identified current knowledge gaps and information needs associated with this technique. The outcomes of this workshop were incorporated into the development of this CHIP section. In summary, workshop attendees broadly identified the items listed here as potential resource and regulatory concerns that would have to be considered for any given project. This includes material compatibility, preventing the establishment of invasive species, in particular Phragmites, regulatory oversight once a project is completed, potential impacts to adjacent habitats and habitats that are currently subtidal or unvegetated intertidal, and lastly, preventing the use of contaminated sediments for TLP, which is typically resolved through the geotechnical analyses and sediment testing before projects even move forward. Workshop attendees also discussed several information needs associated with TLP specific to North Carolina, including the need for larger and regionally relevant pilot studies, being able to quantify TLP impacts on fisheries and other faunal communities, determining how to evaluate an area that might require repeat applications of sediment, developing models to project the outcome of sediment placement, gathering information about local wetland history and future trends, assessing the ecologic and economic function of restored wetlands to ensure ecosystem services are retained and enhanced with this technique, and lastly, ensuring that any area considered for TLP is adequately mapped and characterized. And so collectively, that leads us to the proposed action items associated with the TLP chapter section. One being the informational paper itself that will be included within the amendment. Otherwise, we propose to create a statewide multi-agency work group to stay current on TLP science and applications, and if necessary, facilitate the establishment of best practices specific to the state. We propose to evaluate the status and trends of wetlands across coastal North Carolina, incorporating high-resolution land cover data obtained through the 2021 CHIP Amendment. And lastly, leverage existing tools and data sources to identify candidate areas that could benefit from this technique. And with that, I'll hand it back to Charlie to wrap us up.
All right, so the fourth chapter of the CHIP focuses on submerged aquatic vegetation, or SAV as we commonly abbreviate it. So SAV protection and restoration was a major theme from the 2021 CHIP. And what we discuss in this chapter is going to directly build on the work that went into 2021 CHIP development and implementation. I wanted to start off this chapter by giving a little bit of context for the status of our state's SAV habitat. In June, the Albemarle-Pamlico National Estuary Partnership, or APNEP, which coordinates most of our state's SAV mapping, released a report looking at 14 years of data they'd collected. And they found that for the high salinity seagrasses, our low salinity seagrass is a little harder to map, so it's not included here. But for the high salinity seagrasses, between 2006 and 2020, we had lost approximately 16% of the seagrass we had in 2006, which is an average of over 1% per year. And at the same time, roughly half of our continuous seagrass meadows have been lost either to disappearing completely or transitioning to patchy meadows. So the headline here is that our seagrass, which contributes 10 times as much to fisheries production as unvegetated bottom, is steadily disappearing and becoming patchier across the coast. So it's urgent to take action to do something about that. The first of the three sections of the SAV chapter looks at physical protections for SAV. And this section is pretty specific to Marine Fisheries Commission rules, so I'm going to breeze through it here. So this issue paper originally began with an SAV protection issue paper in the Shrimp Fishery Management Plan. But with guidance from the Marine Fisheries Commission, staff have now taken that in a different direction, working to refocus on the MFC's ability to base regulations on habitats rather than individual fishery species. So currently, MFC management for impacts to habitats is done on a species-by-species approach, hence where this originated in protections from shrimp trawling. However, following the Marine Fisheries Commission's request, at the conclusion of that debate, this CHIP lays out the MFC's SAV protections to date. It explores the regulatory and statutory framework for a potential habitat-based rulemaking framework for the MFC, which would allow the Commission to tailor rules to protect SAV and other fish habitats in a more comprehensive way that doesn't single out a single fishery or gear type at a time. After passage of this CHIP, staff intend to begin developing a rulemaking issue paper for the MFC, developing potential habitat protection options in collaboration with the MFC's Habitat and Water Quality Advisory Committee. The second chapter of the SAV chapter of the CHIP focuses on improving water quality for SAV, which was the big thrust of the 2021 CHIP. That 2021 CHIP called for new and updated water quality standards to protect SAV. The implementation of those actions has fallen well behind schedule, but progress is continuing on the proposed clarity standard, which is intended to allow adequate sunlight to reach seagrasses to ensure they can continue to grow. So the Division of Water Resources Nutrient Criteria Development Plan team has prepared guidance on water clarity standards for both high and low salinity SAV through its Scientific Advisory Council. Those standards are on the screen here, but they're based on allowing an adequate percentage of light hitting the surface to reach seagrass at the bottom to enable growth. That proposed standard has been presented to a criteria implementation committee whose advice DWR is currently incorporating into a fiscal note for the EMC's rulemaking package for the clarity standard. But to temper expectations of quickly solving water quality problems, assuming the clarity standard is passed by the EMC, rule implementation, data collection and assessment, impairment listing, development of local restoration plans, and actually implementing restoration actions are all collectively going to take at least 10 years to get to where we might start to move forward towards improvements in a couple areas. And even then, clarity improvements aren't going to happen overnight. So getting this timeline moving along is pretty urgent because it's going to have a long delay before we start to see benefits from it. So that brings us to the action for this section, which is advancing the proposed clarity standard through DEQ staff continuing to collaborate with the EMC to facilitate progress ahead of an anticipated vote, hopefully sometime next year. And finally, for the third section of the SAV chapter, we're focusing on active restoration of SAV habitats. So we've traditionally talked about SAV restoration in the CHIP anyway in a passive sense, improving stressors like water quality to allow natural recovery and regrowth. But there's growing interest in active SAV restoration where seeds or transplants of seagrass are planted out into the estuaries. And that interest is particularly growing in the private sector, but the regulatory framework for that has been fairly unclear so far. So in collaboration with some staff from the Nature Conservancy, DMF staff have laid out that regulatory framework in this edition of the CHIP, pointed to some needed permits and identifying some potential deficiencies in the permitting system to enable that. So staff are also going to be illustrating ecological conditions and other practical considerations when active restoration may or may not be appropriate, particularly having heard concerns from academics and other SAV experts about wasted efforts in areas where restoration is unlikely to succeed, or areas where we have potential impacts to donor beds. So a quick look here at what that restoration framework looks like. Most interest we've had centers around land-based culture of SAV, where harvested shoots or seeds are grown in aquaculture systems on land before being transplanted back out to the estuary. And that's permittable via an aquaculture operation permit and aquaculture collector's permit through the Division of Marine Fisheries. In water culture of SAV via bottom leasing, which there's also some interest in, currently isn't available and it would require legislative change to enable. And same trip collection and transplanting of SAV is currently unregulated. However, across all three of those methods, we have limited ability to provide protections for SAV restoration, which can be an issue because it takes time for SAV beds to get properly established once they're restored. So experimental projects might be eligible to be granted a research sanctuary from DMF on an annual basis, but that doesn't provide comprehensive protection, nor would it work for widespread restoration efforts. So for any permitting of protective structures, signage, or other structures going into the water, it would be important for restoration practitioners to consult with DCM, the Army Corps, and possibly other agencies. Beyond the permitting framework, there's some additional concerns we want to address to ensure restoration is successful and doesn't harm existing SAV beds, including, maybe most importantly, ensuring that harvest of SAV or seeds for restoration doesn't negatively impact the beds that those are coming from, which is likely going to involve coming to some sort of agreement on monitoring expectations for those donor beds. We also want to ensure restoration projects are properly coordinated with aquatic weed control efforts. And there's some concerns with transplant sourcing, especially ensuring that disease and pathogen transmission are limited, that invasive species don't get introduced, and that genetic issues are balanced, like balancing local adaptation versus wider genetic diversity for these restored beds. And so to address those remaining concerns, the recommended actions from this section of the SAB paper are laying out the permitting framework for what these might look like, which is presented in the issue paper, and establishing an interagency work group to continue to explore barriers to and concerns with SAB restoration projects and identifying future research needs. And I will end here with the 2026 CHIPS recommended actions. And I do also want to make a note while we're here. A lot of these actions align with the recommendations on habitat management from the collaboratory study of the coastal and marine fisheries of the state, which was funded by the legislature to analyze the status of the state's fisheries and to develop policy recommendations to better manage the health of 13 specific fisheries and the habitats they depend on. The habitat section of that analysis found that North Carolina's coastal habitats and water quality are markedly degraded, their words, that our coastal habitats continue to decline, and that while the CHIP is a valuable tool, additional statutory and financial support are necessary to achieve many of the recommendations adopted in previous CHIPs. This study also provided some recommendations within our current management framework, which build on the recommendations of previous CHIPs and center on an ecosystem-based approach that would be used to improve that would use improved habitat monitoring to lead to stronger regulatory action. We've incorporated some of the issues that the collaboratory study emphasized into this CHIP, particularly in the ecosystem-based management and SAB chapters. And those also build upon the recommendations of the 2016 CHIP base plan. And you'll see those recommendations that we think are pretty closely aligned with the study noted in italics on the slide here. And I say all of that here just to make the point that the recommendations in this CHIP, unfortunately, are not likely to turn the ship around with regards to continued habitat loss. And as the collaboratory study points out, we'll need additional financial resources and regulatory authority to do so. However, based on our conversations over the past year and a half with DEQ staff, the CHIP steering committee, the authors of the collaboratory study, we believe that what we've presented to you today represents an important step toward that, using the tools and resources we have to work with today. And so with that, I'll actually end, and I'd like to thank you for your time and your thoughtful attention this afternoon, and we will be happy to answer any questions or concerns or take recommendations that you would like us to incorporate into the CHIP.
In your document, you referenced the 2021 CHIP amendment plan, specifically as it related to thin layer placement, and it was action 5.12. Was that recommendation ever elaborated on, or did it put out the recommendations?
So that one, we did not have any concrete product that came out of that. And so that's part of where we took this, was trying to fill out some of the question marks surrounding what would constitute successful thin layer placement projects. So in some sense, no, we are continuing that and trying to answer some of those questions through this edition of the CHIP, if that answers your question.
Somewhat. Thank you. Neil?
Continuing on the theme of thin layer placement question, in your presentation, you talked about the material not coming from like a beneficial placement of dredge material to be used for the thin layer placement. So where does the material come from if it's not coming from a potential dredging operation?
Derek, do you want to come up?
Yeah, so beneficial use projects typically do come from dredge projects.
But in the information you presented, it said that the thin layer placement was not intended to come from.
It's not intended to just be disposal of material strictly.
Okay, right. So my question is, where does the material come from typically then for a thin layer placement project?
So dredge projects that have a match for a potential restoration opportunity, it would come from that dredge project.
I think
if it had the right material,
correct,
but not something that would be better suited for beachfront placement.
Right.
Gotcha.
Jordan?
I think the thin layer placement's a really good start. I was at a conference recently that had a lot of breakout sessions about thin layer placement, and it's pretty big in New Jersey. And they also talked about a project that was done in Connecticut up there. What in here, you mentioned to do some pilot projects, I think, right? And then there was also reference to like a 10-year monitoring process. Under the current rules right now, it'd be considered filling wetlands, though, right? It's not allowed, so it'd have to come for a variance. Just a comment, I think that's something that we need to look at starting rulemaking and look at some language on to what other states are doing. And in fact, the project that they were presenting on was done by the Nature Conservancy in New Jersey, and it's, I can't remember what part of New Jersey, but it was a pretty successful project, so.
Robbie? Do you have a question, Robbie? Okay. Lauren?
What legislative changes would be necessary for the water-based SAV cultivation?
I'm going to try not to butcher this. So currently, the only water bottom leasing we allow is for commercial shellfish culture. There is some language for marine aquaculture leases in a broad sense. Our legal team has reviewed that and determined that I couldn't tell you the exact change, but it exists, but we don't have the authority at DMF to authorize leases for anything currently beyond commercial shellfish. Happy to follow up and have our aquaculture lead get in contact with you if you'd like.
Catherine?
Okay, the geek in me is coming out on this. I thoroughly enjoyed reading this. And I'm probably in the minority on that. But my questions are going to center around the ecosystem assessment and the stability of that and the strategic habitat area validation and implementation. Because given sort of the scope of what you're looking at, and then you have a great deal of outside influence between the CPRG money landing in this state and the infrastructure money landing in this state, and the majority of that is going to be sitting in your region 1. And you're going to have some of it in region 2. I don't know how much is going to go in region 3 and 4, but it's going to be a minority of that. But you're looking at $100 million plus just in those 2 regions around a lot of protected land and some very valuable estuarine systems that it seems to be in conjunction with what you're trying to do. How are y'all coordinating with Sarah Ward and that team to see how you can incorporate what they are getting ready to have a massive incubator of incredible knowledge that we don't want to pass up? How is that going to work? Or is this another one where, oh my God, we have to coordinate too damn much? Sorry, I didn't mean to say damn. I'm so glad you're here.
I have to watch my tongue up here too, don't worry. So we've had brief conversations with Sarah Ward and their team and some of the folks at Coastal Federation and other folks getting some of this money. We certainly could stand to collaborate a lot better and be more up to speed on what each other are doing. We haven't had a lot of conversations throughout the duration of this chip. So I would take that as a good advice and reminder to us to make sure we're reaching out.
But there's also some infrastructure money that's already in place and has been spent, particularly up around the Roanoke and a little further north on Pollocks Ferry. Well, Pollocks Ferry falls outside of the purview of this group, but Roanoke River does not. So when you start looking at what that infrastructure money is already doing and how they're reconnecting those backwater wetlands on the Roanoke to the main stream and opening up 50 miles of waterway for fish on a $1.2 million investment, taking out these small culverts, you've got some big wins that are going to give you some incredible information here. And there's sort of like when we look at the restraints of resources, and God knows we've got them, we've got like a gift from God on that 100 million plus money. So there's got to be a way to line this up to inform what y'all are trying to do better with what's going on in wildlife resources.
Absolutely. And DMF staff are working on, so the 2016 edition of the CHIP, our base plan, does incorporate a little more information on improving passage for anadromous species. And we do have staff who are out there chasing these grants as they've come available and have participated in a couple that have come through. I couldn't list anything off the top of my head, but I know we've had a couple come through in the past couple of years.
Well, and check with Julie Demeester at the Nature Conservancy, because she's like the God's gift to writing those grants, and has done a great job in starting to implement this and see how you're connecting all this habitat. But this is exciting stuff. For all of you who are not excited, come talk to me.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I had a couple questions.
Just 1 second, DR.
Just as an aside, I'd like to say I'm happy that Catherine did not follow through with what she said this morning. She told us that she wasn't going to say anything today or tomorrow. She was waiting until next meeting. So I'm glad you changed your mind.
I'm jazzed by this.
So I would just say I'm going to enjoy having Catherine here because she's going to help us understand this. I really appreciated the presentation. It's been a long time since I've sat through that type of presentation. A lot of it went right over my head. Can you give me an example of some indicators?
Sure. So let me see if we've got
I have some ideas, but I just wanted to hear from you guys. What are the indicators?
We could be looking at habitat extent. We could be looking at so area of marshes, area of seagrass beds. We could be looking at water quality. We could be looking at dissolved oxygen. We could be looking at salinity and temperature. We have the ability to bring in some of marine fisheries long-term independent sampling data sets. So we could be looking at juvenile fish abundance index, things we can boil down to a single data point that we can track on an annual basis.
Okay. Can you give me an example of an SHA, a specific geographic one that you guys have looked at?
Do we have a map in the slides? Do you remember?
Well, if you go, sorry, we're gonna have to run, wait. Yeah, so that shows the regions.
So it's very small, but
It's very hard to read that. I'm looking on that big screen and it's still pretty hard to read it. I'm just curious. This is more curiosity. I'm just trying to get educated because Catherine's miles ahead.
Yeah, so some of these areas are larger, like you'll see, one of the larger blobs is half the Currituck Sound. Some of them are much smaller, the size of individual creeks leading into a water body. So really spanning the gamut. Some of them run upstream into the riverine wetlands coming down the coastal plain. So I don't want to give you one as a good example because they're pretty diverse. And the goal was to nominate a variety of different habitat complexes and sizes that were kind of our highest quality.
Okay. Just two more real quick ones. Can you tell me what non-regulatory options and strategies would look like?
Yeah, so pull up my notes so I don't misspeak here, but.
Well, that's a regulatory. What's a non-regulatory option and strategy?
Everything I said was non-regulatory.
Do you have it here?
Yeah.
Conservation focus, restoration focus. So the idea being you put these areas into rule and then you can steer, say, let's score these higher and grant applications for land-based conservation funding via NRCS funding or Clean Water Trust Fund funding, things like that.
Okay. Last question I had is, who are the stakeholders that you had on the very last slide that you said, talk about getting with stakeholders, and just curious as to who you guys would consider stakeholders.
For which?
It was on the very last slide.
You kept using the verbiage stakeholders.
It depends situationally. It depends on the situation, I would say. So in all of these cases, we usually refer to, if we're talking strategic habitat area continued development, we're thinking, I think in marine fisheries world, I rely a lot on our staff and the other divisions to give you other examples, but we go to our advisory committees, which are made up of commercial and recreational fishing stakeholders. We bring in staff with expertise. We go to academia for expert advice. So we've got the range of experts to folks who are involved in the day-to-day when we've been developing some of these. For issues like thin layer placement, fishing stakeholders don't make quite as much sense, but we do still bring these to our advisory committees to present and gather feedback on.
Great. I applaud what you guys are doing. It's fantastic. I'm excited to hear more about it.
Thank you.
Especially the non-regulatory part.
Thank you very much. Presentation was excellent. Has a lot of information.
Absolutely. And if anyone has any follow-up questions or wants additional information, please feel free to reach out to any of us, and we'd be happy to assist or answer questions.
And this will be on our next agenda as well.
We'll try to take less time next time.
All right, thank you. Greg? Consideration of approval of fiscal analysis for alternative sandbags.
This is just gonna advance what they see on their side up there.
That's the one that should.
But you can drive here.
Okay, just hit the space bar there.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And you are Greg, alternative sandbags. Is that-
Yes.
You want PowerPoint?
Yes, please.
Can you take it?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, my name is Greg Bodner. I am the major permit coordinator for the division. And I'm here to present to you for consideration the fiscal analysis for that specifically talks about alternative sandbags on public roads. So to give a quick overview for especially some of our new commission members, what we're looking at here is your rules in 0308, specifically B2 that talks about sandbags within the ocean hazard area AEC. And these are used in areas where you have imminently threatened roads, right-of-ways, buildings, and other associated septic systems. Am I in the right? Nope, it didn't move. It didn't move for them.
You gotta use the clicker.
I use a clicker.
The little TV right in front of you.
Which one?
Just hit it.
Oh, just that one, okay.
You pointed at the little TV.
Okay, this will make much more sense now. And this, of course, is limited to sandbags that are at mean high water and that are parallel to shore. Specifically, want to look at the rules within the L subsection of 0308 B2 that sets the dimensions and the color for individual bags. And of course, that is tan in color. They're 3 to 5 feet wide, 7 to 15 feet long when measured flat. Their base width shouldn't exceed 20 foot and 6 foot high as measured from the base of the lowest bag. Okay, that's working, good. So give you examples of some of these alternative sandbags that has been previously granted through CRC variants. We've got 3 of them that DOT has utilized in the past. They are NC12 and Ocracoke, the variance was granted in June of 2020, Merlot Beach, which was granted in February of 2022, and Pea Island Visitor Center, that was most recently one. The variance was granted in December of 2024. Each of these examples, they were the same. DOT used the same design for those alternative sandbags. And I'll talk about those here on the next slide, but there is potential for other makes and manufacturers. So this isn't just limited to that particular type of alternative sandbag that has been used previously. An example of those, here's the methodology that was used for those alternative sandbags. This was in Merlot Beach in Rodanthe. This area was utilized when the jug handle bridge was built out and usable. NC12, the old NC12, in this part moving north, was decommissioned or abandoned, and they ended up utilizing these alternative sandbags to protect the cul-de-sac that was created for that. As you can see here, these particular type of alternative sandbags have metal scaffolding that's available that they use to keep the bags open, and they use dry sand to go ahead and fill those bags. They're trapezoidal in design. There's a couple of different major or different dimension types. You can see here on the right-hand side, there's a 4 foot wide one and an 8 foot wide one. The 8 foot wide one, 6 foot high. The 4 foot wide one is 2 foot high. So they've got a couple of different designs, but overall the same look and shape to those. So when we did the fiscal analysis that was reviewed, there's a couple of main takeaways we want to talk about here. And one is the primary impact was there was a reduction in administrative delay that's associated with the variance review process. and that applications are still required through our major permit process. So the rules that we talk about here and that we're looking at still require permit review. Property owners in the development community, it doesn't really alter their existing standards or rules for this group, but there are indirect effects associated with the use of these alternative sandbags on public roads. And to those communities and those properties, it supports emergency response by keeping the roads open that they may be flooded or otherwise impacted by storms. And again, that might isolate any of those homes or businesses. A good example of that would be Pea Island on NC 12 and the protection of that section of the that section of NC 12 that they utilize those alternative that they could have through permit review that would not require variance. It reduces administrative delays associated with that variance. Again, an application, these do not change. And when we talk to DOT and ask for a summary of their administrative costs for a typical one of those alternative sandbag variances that they would on the 3 projects that we had, it was about 56 hours at just under $4,400 in opportunity costs. And again, application is still required to be reviewed and the processing fees do not change.
I sent him some stuff. He had responded with some helpful information about fiscal analysis. Reading through this, there was 3 variances that were done, right?
Correct.
So why don't you multiply that by 3? The report here talks about just per variance.
Correct, yeah. So depending on every additional variance, there could be a variance that occurs, there could not, but we kind of looked at it per variance for the future. That fiscal impact will be broken down by per variance.
This is just a note. I know last year the legislature changed it where instead of doing these fiscal notes off a annual basis, it needs to be done on a 5-year basis of what the cost is. And there's no notes in here or anything of what that cost is year 1 or year 5. So it's just a comment to see if we can include what it is over a 5-year period. Because over the last 5 years, we've issued 3 variances.
Okay. Thank you. I'll have staff take a look at that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, motion would be needed to send fiscal analysis for public hearing.
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? Motion been made, seconded. Any further discussion? Not all in favor? All opposed? Appears to be unanimous. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jonathan? Consideration of approval of fiscal analysis for the Sentinels.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Jonathan Lucas, and I'm going to present the staff's fiscal analysis on temporary weather monitoring structures, commonly called Sentinels. And as you recall, I last spoke to you about this topic at your April meeting. And if you remember, the proposed rule changes include 2 things. It includes both a new general permit, and then it also includes some changes to the ocean hazard setback rules to accommodate that general permit. Previously, we had been permitting these exact same structures historically under General Permit 07H1900, but there were several shortcomings addressed in that back in April that led to this proposal instead. And this fiscal analysis has been approved by OSBM already. Okay, I'm going to just quickly cover the next 4 slides. Their background, you've already seen them, but still for context, I'm going to cover them briefly. So, and then regarding the general permit, I do have the full text available in these slides if it's needed, and it's in your packet, but I'm just going to summarize that right here for the sake of efficiency. So these are structures that are temporary. They're located on the beach only, and they have a very specific meteorological purpose. The general permit provides conditions to expand the permit applicant pool to not just landowners and the universities, but also private entities who are involved in this sort of research. Big aspect, this general permit removes the requirement for adjacent riparian landowner notification, and that was a big holdup under the previous process that was intended to be addressed by this new permit. Standard conditions to protect sea turtles and water birds and coordinate with Wildlife Resources Commission would be included in this. The permit is valid for 5 years. However, the actual development is intended to be temporary, so only in place for a 14-day period at a time, and then removed, and division will be notified to enforce that 14-day period. So that's the general permit, and then summaries of the 07H 0309 ocean hazard setback rule changes. So essentially, what is actually allowed in the setback. And the first change proposed with this rule is simply clarify number 7 to expand that we're not just talking about, in this case, it's the current rule says amusement stands, but we're stating that all temporary structures that are already allowed by 1900 being allowed in the setback, which is just a consistency internally here. Next, we're talking about adding these sentinel sites, these temporary weather monitoring structures, as a specifically named item that's allowed in the setback. And then lastly, stating that not only is it allowed in the setback, but it's actually allowed on the beach itself. It does not need to be landward of first line. So as you are familiar, fiscal analysis reviews how these rule changes would financially impact all parties typically involved in permits, which includes DOT, local governments, private property owners, and the state, including DCM. So after consideration of these rule changes, there is no impact to DOT. These structures will be installed completely outside of any right-of-way that would have any impingement on DOT. There's no impact to local government or private property owners, and that's important to note because this is a very targeted permit. This is specifically for structures that would be installed ahead of a major storm making landfall at a very specific site, at a time and place where tourism, rentals, the activity there would already be suppressed significantly and quite likely under an evacuation order anyway. So it's a very targeted permit to these extreme weather events. But it does open up the applicant pool again, like I mentioned, so that private entities could be permit applicants here. And we don't predict any significant impact to natural resources due to the temporary nature of the structure, the use standards, and the coordination with Wildlife Resources Commission to ensure that impacts will be minimal. Now, as far as the state, staff do predict an additional 1 to 4 additional permits per year. So if the hourly rate for staff time is considered as an expense, this would mean a small increase in cost to the state. There would be an increase in permit receipts as well. However, we don't predict that would actually cover the increase in staff time. And that number in the memo, the increase in staff time fiscally would result in a number of about $200 to $1,300 per year, depending on whether it's 1 or 4 permits that would be additionally applied for. It's important to note, though, that number range is an average scenario. Assuming a standard travel time from an office to that beach site. Of course, it could be any number of beach sites. So depending on where that beach site is located, that site visit could take more or less time. And the travel time to the beach is the significant staff commitment in time there. It's also important to note that when we talk about the dollar value attached to staff time, that is really a reallocation of staff time. It's not additional hours, meaning the state's payroll is not going to actually change. It's just simply reallocating hours in a 40-hour work week to a different activity. So overall, the rulemaking will not have substantial financial impact, but just on a positive note, it will facilitate research, which would enhance the resilience of our coastal communities to hurricanes. So if the commission approves the fiscal analysis today, the dates that you see up here for public hearing and comment, which will be the next step, those are based on the earliest date that this rule could be published in the North Carolina General Register. And the fiscal analysis was approved by OSBM already on July 17th. So given these conclusions and OSBM's approval, DCM staff recommend your approval as well, which would authorize the next step, public comment and public hearing. And Madam Chair, that's all I had to present on that.
Anybody have any questions? Barry?
Thank you for the presentation. In the presentation, it said the adjacent property owners don't have to be notified. If the structure is directly in front or in a riparian access of, is that owner notified?
So I can read the rule language, or I can pull the rule language up specifically if you want to see exactly what it says.
Yeah.
Okay. So that should be, put the slides back up. Okay. All right. Let me hold on a second here. Okay. So if you look there, 2802, letter B, number 3, that's the exact text of the rule language in regard to that.
Okay, yeah, okay. So the property owner is directly notified, I think, under the last part of 2.
Oh, yeah. If it's on private property, the property owner would be notified, of course.
Yeah.
If it is on the public beach and it's not owned by any particular person, then adjacent owners would not have to be notified.
Okay.
Yeah.
But to his question, if it's on the public beach in front of their house, are they notified?
According to this rule language, and it's not. So it's challenging because, and this was the NICE decision in Emerald Isle. Technically, there's some plats, private property, that actually go out onto the beach.
Yeah.
So that's privately owned property, but public trust rights still apply on that. And that's a whole nother can of worms. But what I'm saying is,
a state beach. So
if it's on, whoever owns that particular piece of property would have to be the permit applicant or grant permission to the permit applicant.
okay, but there's a lot of our beach that doesn't have that. So you're putting it out on the beach.
Yes.
And not going to notify them. Is that right?
Correct. Yes. So if it's not on a plot plan, then it would be state owned. And so the state would have to be the applicant or give permission to a university to apply for the permit on their behalf.
And Jonathan, if I can just add to that, that was one of the requests that came out in this rule development, is that adjacent property notification not apply to this permit.
Correct.
It's a temporary structure, it's not a permanent structure, it's there for the duration of the storm, it's gone. Okay, any other questions?
Just comment too on, again, it said, I don't think I saw a 5-year breakdown. It was just a per year cost. So,
Motion will be needed to approve the fiscal analysis for public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? Seconded by Lauren. Any further discussion? Not, all in favor? All opposed? It is passed. Next, Jonathan, you're still up, I think.
question on that, Chair. The rule that we adopted in April, I thought that was going to come back for us to look at. Is that not the case? Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Can I just add something to that? I mean, so after public comment, it will come back to you and you'll have opportunity to include and change the rule if you would like to implement some of the public comment into it.
That's
Yeah, we all have to take public comment and then see how it goes positive or negative, and what changes may or may not need to be made.
But there's another chance to take a bite at the apple, I guess.
Next, consideration of fiscal analysis, man-made ditches.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This fiscal analysis will be based on the rule changes that were put forth again back in April based upon Session Law 2025-48 regarding man-made ditches. And that session law passed July of 2025, over a year ago. DCM began implementing the requirements of that session law at that exact time. And so now we are simply bringing CRC rule into alignment with what already is being implemented and what already is required by session law. For this fiscal analysis, OSBM had not yet approved it at the time of mail out for your packets. And it literally, they approved it, I don't know, just a couple days later. As it stands, and we pushed that out by email to the commission. And so as it stands right now, the fiscal analysis that you received has been approved by OSBM. Session Law 2025-48 made 3 primary changes. And the first one was to define man-made ditches. And I'll read that definition on the next slide. Number 2, it excluded man-made ditches from the definition of estuarine waters, public trust waters, or marshland. And then number 3, it prohibited CRC from designated a man-made ditch as an AEC. So looking specifically at the rule language, based upon that, you have begun rulemaking on amendments to 4 of your rules. First is 07H0106, which is it's a rule which gives definitions. So the definition of man-made ditches is actually not going to be verbatim put into this rule, but it will be referenced saying man-made ditches mean, and I had the exact text, but it refers the rule back to the session law, so we're not repeating the session law in the rule. But just for context here, I'm going to just go ahead and cover the definition. Man-made ditches mean constructed, altered, or excavated features used to convey water, including but not limited to artificial ponds, culverts, canals, swales, storm channels, minor drainage features, and roadside ditches. And then there's 2 exclusions. So the definition clarifies that when it refers to an altered feature, that altered feature does not include the alteration of a natural shoreline, a natural stream, or a natural wetland. And then when it says an excavated feature, that does not include submerged lands that have been dredged for the purpose of navigation. All right, and then, so that's the definition rule. And then your rules will specifically state that man-made ditches are excluded from the coastal wetland, estuarine waters, and public trust areas, AECs. And that is that 07H 0205, 0206, and 0207. Again, I had the full text, the rule amendments available at the end of this presentation if we need, but that covers since you have already seen them. So regarding the fiscal analysis and the effect of the rule change, staff discussed the scoping and the framing of this fiscal analysis directly with OSBM. And a fiscal analysis is supposed to look at the impact that your rule change will have when implemented in 2027 as per the rulemaking timeline. And that rule change belongs to your jurisdiction as the commission. The fiscal analysis is not intended to analyze the impact of the session law from last year. That belongs to the jurisdiction of the General Assembly. So while the effects of the rule change do not lend themselves to something fiscally quantifiable, they will improve consistency between CRC rules and the general statutes, and that will have the positive effect in the state of reducing confusion over interpretations, which will benefit both staff in implementing the session law and will also benefit the regulated public in understanding what they can and cannot do clearly with alignment between both the rules and the law. Now, again, even though the rule change is what's being analyzed specifically and not the session law from last year, the fiscal analysis and staff do recognize that there is still interest in the effect of the session law. And so for context, it does mention generally that the already implemented session law is having no significant impact to DOT's CAMA permitting process. And regarding our division, there's two specific recent locations of the Eastern Shoreline AEC that we had previously been jurisdictional and are no longer. So that has, of course, resulted in lost permit revenue, but also less staff time and processing permits or reallocation of staff time, as I clarified in the previous presentation. Local government, actually one of those sites was where the Eastern Shoreline would have been, permits would have been written by the local permit officer under the LPO program and not DCM staff directly. And under that program, local government actually received permit fees for that. And then, of course, they also have to pay for the staff time as well. So similar situation, loss in permit revenue for local government, but offset by savings in staff time. So regarding private property owners, those two locations for the Eastern Shoreline AEC would result in regulatory relief for property owners in that area, to include not requiring permit fees, CAMA permit fees for development in the future. And then regarding, I've been speaking to the Eastern Shoreline AEC in those two sites, but regarding the Coastal Wetlands AEC, which is a statewide or a coast-wide AEC, field calls regarding man-made ditches were minimal prior to the session law, so not a significant impact in that regard. And then for natural resources, which is the last category we have to assess in a fiscal analysis, it's important to note that the CAMA AEC does not prevent development of coastal resources. It simply puts regulations and rules on those established by you. So the Eastern Shoreline AEC areas that were an AEC and are no longer could have been developed before, and they still can now. Additionally, regarding coastal wetlands, it's, as I just said, the number of field calls and delineations where man-made ditches were being called as coastal wetlands prior to the session law were quite minimal, and so permit history indicates a limited effect on that resource. So same timeline as I showed before. If approved, if this fiscal analysis is approved, next step is public comment, which would be in October or November, and looking then rule implementation sometime next year. This fiscal analysis was approved by OSBM on August 14th after mail out. But still, again, given these conclusions and OSBM's approval of the fiscal analysis, DCM staff recommend and request your approval as well, which would send the fiscal analysis and the rulemaking to public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan. Any questions? Not, motion be needed to approve the fiscal analysis for public hearing.
I'll make that motion, Madam Chair.
I'll second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor? All opposed? It is so carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. And for the record, my name is Daniel Gavoni. I'm the policy section chief for the Morehead City office. I'm gonna make this quick, get us back on time, because I'm basically reiterating what Tankard covered this morning in his executive secretary comments. So again, to go forward, what Tankard mentioned this morning, session law 2026-41, I'll call it the budget bill, had three parts that affected us. That would be the Beach and Inland Management Plan, the Coastal Reserve Program, and the Resilient Coastal Communities Program. So the Beach and Inlet Management Plan, also known as the BIMP, it's about 10 years old. It definitely was in need of updates. So the General Assembly allocated $373,884 to us to basically redo and update the BIMP. We've already started discussions with the Division of Water Resources and Demler to prepare a request for information, for a request for proposals. We're finalizing that RFP, and hopefully we will issue that soon. The awarded contractor, we are going to require them to work with NGOs, including the Beach and Inlet Waterway Association, to make sure we've got all the input we need to move forward with updating that Beach and Inlet Management Plan. As far as the Coastal Reserve Program in the budget bill, the amendments to still be involved with rulemaking and use standards of the Coastal Reserve properties. And also it gave us $200,000 for site management, which will help us support the maintenance and repairs. And at your October meeting, hopefully we'll have an update on adoption time. It's been very successful. It's shown support since it's supported 60 coastal communities so far, identified more than 300 resilient projects, has advanced engineering designs and implementation. 548 also made changes to the permitting process for our basins. This basically allowed the authorization of potential excavation of coastal wetlands for an upland basin, and eliminated a 30-foot buffer just for the basin, not anything else, but just.
Jordan?
Because I know the BIMP includes economic data of the coast and stuff, so
Sure,
I want to just limit it to non-GOs, NGOs, entities.
Anybody
So,
that has an interest, yeah.
Yeah.
Larry?
On the BIMP, what was my question? It's getting late. It's getting late.
It's 4:45.
Yeah, I know. Yep, forget it.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Jonathan? Yeah.
I share your sentiments, Commissioner Baldwin. I'm not sure when we moved to good evening versus good afternoon, but I think we're approaching that point. I'm getting there. All right. Well, what was there? All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. It's good to see everybody. Good to see new commissioners. Welcome. My name is Jonathan Howell. I'm Deputy Director here at the division, and this was really just going to be a 401. I'm going to try my best not to use a ton of acronyms for everybody. So the Division of Water Resources 401 certification, Army Corps of Engineers 291 process, which is a regional permit, a regional general permit 291, as well as federal consistency. So first, just want to talk a little bit about enabling legislation. Interestingly, the CAMA was born out of the North Carolina Dredge and Fill in 1969. So that was actually the first legislation that you now actually work through. It was originally enforced by the Division of Marine Fisheries when it was, and it was moved as part of the Coastal Area Management Act that was adopted in 1974. And the Coastal Area Management Act was adopted from the Coastal Zone Management Act, which you'll hear about a little earlier when we talk about federal, or a little later when we talk about federal consistency. But that was the federal legislation adopted in 1972 that authorized the states to develop a coastal program. Here's just a quick look at the offices that we have. So we have one office in Elizabeth City, we have an office in Washington, as well as an office in Morehead City and an office in Wilmington. To cover some of our permit types. First, the one that we issue the most would be our general permits. We issue about 2,500 of those a year, and they're for 17 different development activities. They range from dredging anything under 1,000 cubic yards to developing docks and piers that have some limitations on distance offshore, amount of platform that you can have. They're just a expedited permit. We can issue them in just a few days as long as all the paperwork is kind of in order when you come to see the division. And interestingly, they have corresponding Division Water Resources 401 certifications and Army Corps of Engineer authorizations that mirror those. So if you see a CAMA general permit 1,200 for a pier, you also get what's called a Regional General Permit 56 from the Corps of Engineers. So those programs marry up very well on that general permit process. Anything that does not fit the general permits, we have to elevate to a major permit. Those permits are distributed to 10 state and 4 federal agencies. Generally, those are below the normal high water line or the normal water level. They'll require another state or federal authorization, and all this is mentioned in the Coastal Area Management Act, or projects that occupy more than 20 acres or 60,000 square feet of built upon area. And the Coastal Area Management Act actually says if it's not a major permit, it's a minor permit. So when you think minor permits, you think in homes, retaining walls, anything above the normal high water line. Some of our minor permits do have some coordination with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Wildlife Resources if you think about endangered species interaction, mostly talking about turtles. So CAMA major permit, we issue about 150 major permits a year. They're issued out of Greg Bodner's shop. The way that process works is originally applicant will contact the division, request a permit. We'll evaluate what it is they're trying to accomplish, whether that's going to be a major permit or it's going to be a general permit. And then if it is a major permit, depending on the size of the project, your larger projects, larger marinas, subdivisions, et cetera, we'll ask them to do what's called a scoping meeting. Those are mostly held in your regional offices, either in Washington or Wilmington. And that's kind of a first look for all the agencies that come in, whatever the applicant is proposing, they'll come in and show everybody what it is and allow them to get some original feedback on the project. Hopefully, after that scoping meeting, they'll take that information back and modify the permit if there were some significant concerns. If not, then we'll see an application submittal. Once we receive that application in-house, our field representatives will review that application and request necessary changes, which could be anything from dotting I's, crossing T's as they've left out a little bit of information, or we just need additional information. And then we do that through a letter. We issue a letter to the applicant that says, here are the additional things that we're looking for in your major permit. And then they'll come back, resubmit, and then that's when we accept that application is complete and we start the clock. So within your Coastal Area Management Act, there is statutory timelines that say permit has to be issued within 75 days, unless there's extraordinary circumstances, and then there's additional time allowed. And I think Tankard covered that earlier in his executive comments. We're running at about 68 days on those projects now. And we submit those, what's called agency distribution or circulation. Again, they go out to 10 state and they go out to one federal agency. They actually go out to the Corps of Engineers, and the Corps of Engineers handles their own federal process. So they'll coordinate with EPA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, National Marine Fisheries Service, and you'll see a number of other agencies in the next slide. But we call that the umbrella process. So here's a list of the agencies that we coordinate with. Interesting thing is the ones that are highlighted at the bottom, they have their own permitting mechanism. So for instance, Division of Water Resources, as I mentioned, they have a 401 water quality certification that they have to issue as part of this process. Depending on the characterization of the development size, then it could require a sedimentation and erosion control permit. Your permit will say, after distribution to Demler, sedimentation erosion control, it'll say, you're going to need to go get this permit. Nothing that we require, but just kind of an informational condition note that we put on it. Also, it goes to public water supply in case, in the sake of the subdivision, they need to do some water lines. It also goes to local government in case there's an ordinance or some other information that local government can supply to the agency that says, let the applicant know they need to come in for whatever type of permit is necessary, or let us know that the project as proposed doesn't fit some of their ordinance. So again, it's really just an informative process that helps the applicant move their project forward. And finally, the last one, as I mentioned, is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. They have what's called a Section 10 of the Rivers and Harbors Act permit, or Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. So when they get that permit, they'll have to issue, depending on the type of development, one of those two permits. The benefits of the major permit process, the first is a single point of contact during and after the process. Tankard mentioned this earlier. We have a couple of major permit coordinators in the Morehead City office, and instead of an applicant having to reach out to the Division of Water Resources, to land quality, whatever it may be, they can just work through the major permit coordinators, and that's really helpful to them. We have folks on the ground every day. We have 18 permitters, so they have a lot of knowledge of past projects, similar projects in the area, so they can help guide applicants as part of this process. So it allows them to say, a couple of years ago, I had a project similar to this in the same area. Here's the kind of things that we saw, and that can be a benefit to the applicants. So that's one of the benefits of that. And again, it's a comprehensive permitting process. As I said, they submit an application. We submit that to the Army Corps of Engineers. That serves as the Army Corps of Engineer application. So that's helpful to them. It also serves as the application for the Division of Water Resources. If a project's a dredging project, then oftentimes there could be what's called a moratorium that's placed on those dredging projects. Could be generally through the summer. If, say, a project shoals in during that time and an applicant would like relief, again, it allows, they can come to us. They don't have to go directly to the Army Corps. They don't have to go to DWR or DMF, depending on who placed that moratorium on the permit, and allows us to work for the applicant with those agencies to try to get moratorium relief. So that's very helpful to them. And lastly, when you do get a KEMA major permit for dredging, then you get what's called a maintenance clause after your first renewal, which is 5 years. So that will allow you to continue to dredge that area if necessary as time comes. So again, some of the process benefits, when you do get a KEMA major permit, application goes out on a public notice. That serves as the public notice process for DWR for their 401 water quality certification. Also, if there's a buffer authorization required, if you're in the TARPAM or the Noose, DWR has certain requirements for their buffers. You can work that through our agency. Again, for the Section 404 and Section 10 core permit that I mentioned earlier, and also serves as a state stormwater permit, more of a notification that if a stormwater sees a project and they know a stormwater permit is required, it allows them to kind of know early versus finding out on the back end. Similarly, if it's some commercial activity in a water body and it requires a easement from the Department of Administration, this process serves as that process as well. It lets them know that you need to go to the state property office and you need to get authorization from the Department of Administration for whatever that is. And I mentioned earlier the sedimentation and erosion control permit through DEMLR, more of a notification type process. More benefits to this, the Corps has a number of regional general permits associated with dredging, but they have what's called the 291, which is kind of a catch-all. So the Corps has obviously a lot of different regional permits, a lot of different nationwide permits, but if it doesn't fit under any of those nationwide or regional permits, if it were not for this 291 permit, then they would have to do what's called an individual permit. So what would take place then would be the Corps would say, this does not fit any of our RGPs or our nationwides. Then it would take the applicant out of that process. They would have to do their own application with the Corps, start over with their own public notice. So this RGP 291 is what we call it. The 291 process is kind of a catch-all for those projects that don't fit a regional permit or a nationwide. And it provides a expeditious review for work in navigable waters or coastal waters, and that's that Section 10 permit that I'd mentioned earlier. It eliminates duplication of effort. So again, you don't have 2 applications. You don't have to come to us, fill out an application, and then go to the Corps, fill out another application and do another public notice. And it expedites the process. So really just for those projects that don't fit the traditional mold that you would see. The Corps' role in that process is on your screen. So when the Corps gets a permit from us, when we send it to them, they'll assign what's called an action ID number. That's essentially their permit number that allows them to track that project over time. And they'll send us an email that acknowledges that we received this application from you. We're going to start our process. And their process is somewhat similar to ours in terms of the first thing they do is determine what kind of permit they're going to issue, regional permits nationwide, or if they're going to put it into that joint 291 process. And then they'll actually send that out to their agencies. As I mentioned, they'll send it to protected resources if necessary, send it to the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, could send it to the Coast Guard. So there's a number of agencies that the Corps coordinates with as part of that process. And when they do send that to those agencies, then they ask for those agencies to comment back to them in 30 days. So again, somewhat similar to the role that our umbrella process serves, the Corps does the same thing with their permits. And then once those comments come back to the Corps, then they'll furnish that as just one set of comments to the division. So switching from major permits, we're going to talk about federal consistency. So federal consistency is required when a federal agency proposes a project. It could be federal license for your 404 permits that's outside of an AEC. That could have an effect on state coastal resources. And what they would do is they would send that to us and say, this project is consistent with your enforceable policies. We believe that it is consistent with your program. And then that would come into Daniel's shop under the federal consistency. And they would, his shop would do similar to the major permit process. They would send that out to Division of Water Resources and these other agencies to determine if there's anything in that process that they needed to condition those permits with. And really what the federal consistency does, it gives the state a strong voice in federal actions. So as I mentioned, the way that process works is applicant will submit a federal consistency to DCM. They'll say that it's consistent with our policies. We have to determine, is this complete? And if it is, then we'll circulate that to all the agencies. And then we have a number of options at that point. First, we'll put it on public notice. Sometimes we'll put it on public hearing, your larger projects, if we believe that's warranted. We'll review that to make sure that the project is in conformance with our enforceable policies. And then we can either concur with their findings that it is consistent with the program, or we concur with conditions, or we could object to the project as submitted. In the event of objection, there's a whole nother process that we have to begin kind of a mediation or appeal process through NOAA, through National Oceanic. So that's the overview of federal consistency and major permits. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Jordan?
So you went through that process there. Couple things. All those agencies you listed that are receiving CAMA majors, where is that in the statute that they are supposed to be getting a copy of all the CAMA major permits applications?
So within the CAMA, it says that to grant or deny a permit, we have to make a determination of all these things, whether it is in conflict with water quality standards, whether it is against any other federal regulations. So within that statute, we use that circulation process to coordinate with those agencies to make that determination.
I have to look a little bit more. I think it's in this dredge and fill law that you have to share all those applications with state agencies, but I haven't seen it in the CAMA major part of the law that you specify there. So that's just one question on that. The process here, and Mr. Miller mentioned about the idea of having an MOA or MOU with the Corps of Engineers, goes back to the fact that we don't have one. And I just think that that's a very flawed process, not to have something that spells out what the goals, objectives, in line of cooperation is supposed to be. I mean, it's just, fly by the night and figure it out, kind of, is from what I can say and process. When you go through the other agencies, such as Water Resources, we have MOAs with, or MOUs with Water Resources on that permitting process, right?
We have an MOA with Water Resources, but it wasn't so much on the permit process.
fees.
It was on the fees, but it did have some coordination efforts in there that talked about kind of applications, yes.
Right. So we have none of that. So when you say you get an application and you send it out for an action ID number, you receive an email back from them, none of that is in writing or an agreement with CORE, right?
So the core it's within their regional general permit 291. It lists all that. It says that when we receive an application from the Division of Coastal Management, then we will send an email that says, we're going to circulate this. We're going to respond within 30 days. So the process is laid out within the regional general permit.
Right. And then they send it out to resource agencies, right?
Correct.
All right. And they have an MOA with those resource agencies, right?
That I'm not sure.
They do. So we don't have anything. I think it's a process that needs to be improved so that applicants know what would be triggered to go through that process and what would not be triggered to go through that process. So that's my comment.
Larry?
On, for offshore projects, especially federal, offshore oil leases, offshore wind, how far out is the federal government required to be consistent with North Carolina in distance off from offshore North Carolina?
And is there limitations offshore?
So there's what they call an effects test. What that is whether or not the federal agency.
Dan, you need to come up to the microphone.
So it's my understanding that NOAA works on what they call an effects test.
Sorry.
You still can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Thank you. So it's what they call an effects test, whether or not there's a coastal effect. So it could be, I guess the answer to your question, there is no set that I know of, no set jurisdiction. Now, I know there is a 200-mile jurisdiction, EEZ, but when it comes under coastal or federal consistency, it still has to be whether or not there's going to be a coastal effect to a coastal resource. So, for instance, this is a great example that was given to me. It doesn't talk about how far offshore, but like a migratory fish species that might, New England, or the federal government might change how many pounds are taken off of New England. That could affect North Carolina, right? Because that's a migratory fish. So we would have a say under what the federal government or NOAA or National Marine Fisheries Service is applying a rule or law, hypothetically, to a New England area. So
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done, sorry.
Huh?
I was going to add to it. I thought you were done.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so presumably the trigger would be if there's a federal activity permit, which would be under federal jurisdiction. So you think about the 200-mile exclusive economic zone, EEZ. Beyond that, you're out of federal jurisdiction for the U.S., so there would be no trigger for us.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, because I know a couple of years ago, there was some breakdown in the, I think it was with offshore wind leases or possible oil leases off North Carolina. And there wasn't much consistency or communication at all with North Carolina, as I remember on that. And the other example is I know with Carteret County, they just about had to sue. It was like the Corps dredging our inlets, taking the sediment just outside our 2-mile limit. They deposit the very usable sand. Then we have to go out, bring it back into the shoreline, which was nuts. But we ended up having to go to court, to get them to at least every third year give us the sand that they were taking just outside of state waters. So it was basically state lands taking it in, and those things need to be consistency type of things too, just smart usage of resources. But thanks for the presentation.
Jordan?
Other point too is read, and I don't really know anything about, but I would like to know a little bit more, is on the Wilmington Harbor project and how that one, I mean, I've read stuff where the Corps says that they felt like they were blindsided by the position that was taken by DCM, and I don't know enough to give an opinion, so if you can enlighten us a little bit more.
Sure, and I'll try my best not to speak for the Corps. I know that's the statement that they put out. From our perspective, we had multiple conversations with the Corps leading up to that final decision. We let them know what our concerns were. We met with them multiple times, so I believe we did our diligence in making sure that they were aware of the state's concerns and gave them an opportunity to address those concerns prior to us issuing that letter.
So do we have a rule that specifies our cooperation with them on this process?
When you say our crop,
Well, when you said you expressed your concerns to them, how was that expressed to them?
so federal consistency, and I'll let Daniel chip in if he wants to, but federal consistency looks at what's the state's approved coastal management programs, what enforcement policies has NOAA looked at and shared with other federal agencies and say, we agree that you can use those, North Carolina, to review these projects for federal consistency. So, for example, that includes CAMA, dredge and fill, all of the commission, not all of it, most of the commission's rules. Every time you amend a rule, you've got to resubmit that to NOAA to get that new rule be part of the approved coastal program. It can include local land use plans that have gone through the approval process with NOAA. And then we can also look at other impacts. So like just same way Jonathan described, we would reach out to other state agencies to get information about water quality impacts or fishery impacts or the user impacts. That's on the consistency side note, it's not just impact on resources, but also impact on uses of those resources. So we would reach out to those agencies and get that type of feedback.
On the harbor project, how long was that process that you were taking?
We've got 60 days from the time we get that submission from the federal agency.
Okay, so you got it, and then you gave them your position or the division's position within 60 days.
We gave them feedback, not a position, but gave them feedback about concerns that we had with the proposal, lack of information, lack of detail, lack of testing in this case of the sediment that they proposed to dredge.
What's the status of that one?
The status is our objection is still stands. We have not had any formal communication from the Army Corps on any next steps that they propose to take. So the ball's in their court, and we'll see where they want to go.
Just seems like we could work, I don't know, a little bit better, try to get to the point where we sing kumbaya, but maybe sometimes that doesn't work. But
Everything may not be kumbaya.
yeah, true. So.
Any other questions for Jonathan? Not? Any other business to come today? Not? We're adjourned. We'll see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning.